माँ सरस्वती तू है हमारी आत्मा, शारदे माँ सरस्वती तू है हमारी आत्मा। हो हमारे शीश पर तेरी कृपा का हाथ माँ, शारदे माँ सरस्वती तू है हमारी आत्मा, शारदे माँ सरस्वती तू है हमारी आत्मा। क्या कहे मन की व्यथा अब अधिक तेरे सामने, क्या कहे मन की व्यथा अब अधिक तेरे सामने। शिष्य हम सब हैं, तू है हमारी आत्मा, शिष्य हम सब हैं, तू है हमारी आत्मा। ओ हमारे शीश पर तेरी कृपा का हाथ माँ, शारदे माँ सरस्वती तू है हमारी आत्मा, शारदे माँ सरस्वती तू है हमारी आत्मा, शारदे माँ, शारदे माँ, शारदे माँ।
Beautiful.
Thank you, Pushpu ma'am, for this
Thank you,
beautiful
ma'am.
prayer. Prayer is the surge of the heart.
Dipali, can I take 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
So, good morning to all. Today is the beautiful day. We are celebrating World Environment Day today. And it is a day which is dedicated to environment, trees, surroundings, natures. And it is a day to rededicate ourselves with the simple phenomena that we are following in the school. It's reuse, recycle, and reduce. Today is a very important day. On 1974, a smallpox burst in India, which caused the toll of 10,000. In 1984, this day was a very dangerous day in the history of India. Operation Blue Star was started. In 1968, Kennedy was shot dead. And in 1981, the first scientific report of AIDS was published. So it is a very, very interesting day today. And also the birthday of Yogi Adityanath and the Rajiv Motwani, who was the famous computer scientist of India, passed away on this day. So this is the story of the day. And let us hope that today we'll make the history. So over to Dipali, please.
Thank you, sir, for giving us the information. And as today is World Environment Day, I wish you a very happy World Environment Day. And saving the environment means saving a life. Let's make World Environment Day more successful by taking an oath to protect nature. So, happy World Environment Day. Now, let us move towards the beginning of our learning sessions. It is said, never stop learning because life never stops teaching. And if you have chosen to be a teacher, then you have to learn every day. So, if you have chosen to be a teacher, in learning you teach, and in teaching you learn. And I think that is why we all are here. For the first session, we have Ma'am Vinita Arora, Principal Director, Bhavan School, Chandigarh, Amritsar. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let me introduce ma'am to you. Shrimati Vinita Arora joined the Bhavan family in 1994 and has over 30 years of teaching and administrative experience to her credit, earning acclaims for her professional proficiency and management acumen. Her career graph has been a constant momentum, going from strength to strength till date. She was conferred with the prestigious National Award for Teachers 2016 for her meritorious services for the cause of education by the Vice President Shri Venkaiah Naidu on 5th September 2017 at the award ceremony held at Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi. She was the recipient of the coveted CBSE Award for Teachers 2014. She received the Shiksha Ratna for outstanding achievement in the field of education by Shri Jagannath Pahadia, Governor of Haryana, in 2013. She was also felicitated with the International Women's Day Award by Gurukul Vidyapeeth in 2015. There is a long list of her credentials. We have listed just few of them. I welcome you, ma'am, for the session on the topic research and professional development.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, and a very, very good morning to everyone over here. Thank you, sir and ma'am, for your greetings on World Environment Day. And it gives me great pleasure to share that just today on World Environment Day, both Bhavan Vidyalaya Senior and Bhavan Vidyalaya Junior have been nominated as the best and most environmentally conscious schools in Chandigarh. So both our campuses are going to receive that award this evening from the governor. And I think that's a matter of pride for the entire Bhavan family from all over India. The credit goes to each one of us because I think we keep motivating each other.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that. I must thank Dr. Anil Sharma, who has given me this responsibility of taking this session today. I'm always very wary of taking such sessions. I like to be away from the public eye. And therefore, I'm a little shy of these sessions. But sir's constant motivation, and I will also say guidance, because I seek guidance from him very often, have been instrumental in my being here today with each one of you. Thank you, sir, for that. Our topic today, with the topic that was assigned to me, was research and professional development. So before we actually take up the topic, I would like to begin with development first. I'd like to first understand from each one of you, what do you think development is? What is development? And I'd like you to unmute yourself and share with me your thoughts on what is development. Anyone? What do you think is development?
Ma'am, it's a process when we become bigger and better every day.
Okay, absolutely right. So she says it's a process of becoming bigger and better every day. Any other way of
continuous learning and overall development of a teacher, and then imparting that knowledge? Continuous betterment for the teacher and learning process for the teacher.
Continuous growth.
It's a continuous process
Continuous
started
growth.
in childhood and ending at the time of death.
Absolutely. So some of you have explained development in the context of teaching, but development is something that happens all around us everywhere. So, and one of you also said that it is a process of growth. Do you think there's any difference between growth and development?
Excuse me. Like, hello.
Yes, please carry on.
Yeah. Growth, when we say that there is a cell multiplication in the cancer cell, then there is the growth, we can say. Means growth can be positive or negative both. But in the right sense, the development is the process in which we take care of other dimensions, and we grow in a way that our life is be more happy, and our means assets is also growing, but taking care of all other things. Means
I
there
think
must be the balance thing in the way.
absolutely. So can we,
Ma'am,
what
Growth
you
is a quantitative method.
growth is
We can
mostly
measure it, but development is a qualitative method. We can't measure it.
Growth is a biological process and development is overall, means when we talk about all the contexts.
perfect. You have just nailed it, ma'am. So growth is usually growth in size. Suppose there is a factory, they add another factory. Earlier, their output was 1,000 units. They have now increased it to say 2,000 units. They've grown. But development is more qualitative in nature. So when you add skills, when you increase your skills, when you improve something, that is what development would be. So growth is more quantitative in nature. Development is qualitative in nature. Development necessarily will include growth. Growth may or may not include development. So we are talking about development over here. Next, we talk about what is professional development then. What do you think is professional development?
Ma'am, when we upskill our skills, when we update our knowledge, we take degrees, we qualify ourselves, and we keep updating ourselves, our skills. So that is professional development. Suppose if I have done post-graduation, I will do B.Ed, then maybe I'll do my other degrees, and I will also upskill myself. I will do other trainings also. This is my professional development.
Okay, so you said that yes, you take
In terms of
trainings,
teacher, if I am a teacher.
in terms of a teacher. So I have a question from that. When you do your B.Ed, is that professional development?
Yes, ma'am. If we are updating ourselves with terms of degree, that is professional development. At the same time, I will not stop there. I will again keep on updating myself with the latest technology also, whatever is required in day-to-day context.
So okay. So now over here, I'd like to intervene and say over here that professional development is basically gaining new skills through continuing education and career training after you have entered the workforce. So, which is why I deliberately asked you, when we do a B.Ed before becoming a teacher, we are not yet part of the workforce. But once we do anything after we have entered the workforce, then that would be professional development. So then what is B.Ed? It is a professional qualification. It is not considered to be professional development because we have not entered the workforce yet. But once we enter the workforce, for us, it would be teaching. Once we've entered the profession of teaching, anything we do to enhance our competence, our knowledge, our training in our professional areas, in the area of teaching, would be professional development. So how do people develop professionally? How do they develop? Let's confine ourselves to teaching. How would we develop professionally? We would develop professionally maybe by undertaking certificate courses, right? You could add some skills. Now, when I say add some skills, it has to be in the professional arena. If I added skills or if I took up a training for learning how to cook in the summer vacations, would that be adding to my professional growth? Maybe not. So that would not be professional development. Professional development must be related to our chosen profession. All of us underwent a lot of professional development during COVID times, did we not?
Yes.
Did we add to our professional skills during COVID times?
Yes.
Yes.
We would probably not be doing this session here today if we had not undertaken that professional development. So all of us equipped ourselves with so many technical skills, you know, whether it was Zoom, whether it was, you know, so many other platforms, Google Meet, etc. that we used. We equipped ourselves to enhance our professional competence. And therefore, we say that that was a step towards professional development. Of course, most of us went through that stage of development on our own without really undertaking any workshops or undertaking any certificate courses. But then a lot of us must have undertaken a lot of certificate courses also. So therefore, you see what professional development is. We say it's the gaining of new skills through continuing education and career training after entering the workforce. And two of the examples that I've listed over here are you could do it through workshops, you could do it through certificate courses, and there are several other ways which I will dwell upon a little later. All right. So coming back to our topic, it said research and professional development. So we've talked about what is professional development. Let us also now talk about what is research. So what do you think is research? The name itself is indicative of what research is. You know, it's a combination of two words, research. So you begin to search again. Once you enter the workforce, once you have become a teacher, you begin to search again and add some additional knowledge, add some additional facts. That would be research. If we have to define research nowadays, research essentially comprises of the following. First is an attitude of inquiry. Why would we want to research? We want to know more. There is an attitude of inquiry. You want to learn more. You want to inquire more. You want to find out what additional things have happened in your field of specialization. So there has to be an attitude of inquiry. It is an attempt to elicit facts. What facts? We all know a lot of us, people like me did their degrees more than 30 years ago, closer to 40, I would say, right? Do you think things would have changed now? Would some facts in our specific areas of specialization, I'm, for example, a commerce teacher, would things have changed now? Yes. So would it be important for me to acquaint myself or learn more or elicit or get more facts about whatever changes have happened in my area of specialization? Yes. So that would be, you know, an attempt to go in for research. Then we say research is a systematic and scholarly application of scientific methods. Why do I say that scientific methods? As teachers, very often we make certain hypotheses in our minds about our students, about our subjects, etc. Can that be called research? For example, let me just take an example. Let's say that in my mind, because for 3 or 4 successive years in my teaching career, I noticed that children who came from broken homes did not perform well. Now that was a hypothesis that I made in my own mind. Can that be called research? Should I be calling it research? No. Why? Because I have not applied any scientific methods to establish this as a fact. I have not applied myself in a scholarly manner. I have not read up literature on this subject. It is purely by my own, it's a hypothesis that I have built up over a period of time through my own observation. Observation is also one of the methods of research, but it has to be supported and it has to be arrived at in a scientific and a systematic manner. And research also now talks about how if you have a bent of mind inclined to research, it also is an indication of your being positive towards change. Why do I say it would be an indication of you being positive towards change? That is the reason why you research. If we did not research, we would be static. it would mean that we are happy with whatever we know. We do not want to be a dynamic member of the process, and therefore we are resistant to change. So research encourages you to have an attitude towards change. And I think there is no better time than this for us to understand that change is the law of nature. How things have changed so rapidly, even in the education sector, and which is why it's important for us to have that positive attitude towards change. And research becomes a fundamental aspect in building that positive attitude towards change. So do you all agree with me up to here?
Yes, ma'am.
So now let's talk about the three terms that we have talked about, which is our topic for today: research and professional development. And I'm going to again confine myself to teaching, because all of us over here are in the teaching profession. Now, it is teachers who lead the education process. We are the leaders. And why is research so important for us as part of our teaching learning process and as part of our professional development? I'm saying that we are the ones who lead the education process. So that means that lessons can become more engaging. And if we don't, involve ourselves in research, we will at some point of time head towards stagnation. Our peers, our younger teachers, definitely be a step ahead of us. And research in teaching can greatly improve your teaching content. If you have researched something thoroughly, do you think the teaching learning process in class would be much better? Do you think your teaching learning?
Yes, ma'am.
What example can you give me of how you would have researched something and then you would have conducted research and your teaching learning process improves?
Ma'am, we would have facts to state in the class.
Okay, all right.
If you research properly.
If you research properly. So even if, let us say, I am supposed to teach a subject on, let's say I'm supposed to teach something in history. If I go well-researched, now well-researched would mean if I have researched not only the event in particular, but I have also researched views on that. I've also researched opinions of other thinkers, other historians on that. Would my teaching content improve vastly? I would be able to give children context.
Yes, ma'am.
Be able to give them alternate opinions. Because that is what one of the important aims of education, I think, is to develop critical thinking. And when we say that we are giving them alternate opinions, we are giving them what others have thought of. So the content we deliver obviously becomes far better than what it would be without research. Now, can research help the teacher design the structure of their class or the topic or their education programs? Yes. Again, I'll give you a simple example. Suppose a teacher has researched that if she does an experiment in the laboratory, she shows the children first how mixing of two chemicals will give you a certain, the mixed chemical will give you a certain color. I'm not a chemistry teacher, I'm just taking this as an example. So she first demonstrates that in the laboratory, okay? And over the years, she has studied this fact that when it is first shown to the children, they understand the concept better. And then after having done it in the lab, she teaches the subject, she teaches the topic and explains to them why the chemicals changed color after mixing. Has she improved the design of her teaching lesson? How has she improved that? She has decided that she will first make them do it practically in the laboratory. And then after that, she's going to teach them. So the manner, the structure that she's going to use to teach that topic becomes much better because she has researched and learned that children learn better that way, right? Then after that, the impact of interventions can be studied. What do you mean by interventions? Anyone would like to tell me?
Excuse me, ma'am. Could you please change the slide on the screen as in I wanted to note down each and every detail of the lecture.
I think sir will be sharing the slides later. So don't worry, and I will share it once again with whoever wants it.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries, no worries. So the third point we were talking about the role of research in teaching and professional development is the impact of interventions can be studied. What does that mean? You see, once we have carried out some research, particularly action research, and I will be taking up examples and case studies of action research that has happened. We have studied that, you know, if this is the hypothesis, if this is what intervention, this is what is done, then this is the result that is achieved. Can we study the impact of those interventions? For example, going back to what I was talking earlier, say a formal research was carried out and it was observed that students who come from broken homes do not perform academically, do not perform well academically, and therefore certain interventions are carried out. What interventions could be carried out? These children could be made to go through counseling. These children could be made to go through some remedial classes. Those would be your interventions, right? Can we study the impact of those interventions in our classrooms? I'm sure we will be able to. If we do make interventions, then we can also study the impact of those interventions in the classroom, right? So that would again help us in our own development as our teacher, as a teacher, right? And the fourth point we say is that teachers move away from being mere transmitters. I think in the changing educational scenario, we have realized this long back. Our role of only being transmitters of information towards students has long become redundant. We are no longer just transmitters of information. So once we are researching, once we are using that research as a tool of our own professional development, our classroom becomes more interactive, our classroom becomes more learning outcomes improve, and we are no longer just transmitting information. We are not just a source of information. I request everyone to please mute themselves unless they are going to be interacting over here. Right? So these are the reasons why research is a very, very important tool in the professional development of teachers. Right? So what kind of research can we undertake? You could undertake research in subject-specific domains. I am a commerce teacher, so I could undertake research in commerce. It would mean undertaking research in specific academic disciplines. For example, in mathematics, for example, in English, in history. So those would be subject-specific domains where you are undertaking research to enhance your knowledge about the subject that you teach. What would happen if you increase your knowledge in your particular subject or your own domain? What would happen would be that your own competencies in that would increase. Can you think of some research that you may have, a lot of you must be MPhils, maybe some of you are also PhDs. You would have undertaken some research in subject-specific domains. Has anyone done her MPhil over here or her PhD? His or her PhD?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes? Yeah, you're a PhD yourself. So yes, what was the subject of your research? What was the topic for your research thesis?
Vocational English courses for Polytechnic colleges of Bratislava.
So are you an English teacher, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
So you see over here now, I didn't get the whole sentence. She talked about English.
Vocational English courses.
Vocational English courses for polytechnic teachers, right?
Yes.
So you see, this was something that she did in English, and it became a subject-specific research. You know, I have, someone I know in the university who is teaching postgraduate classes in English, and she had a very interesting research topic in English. And what was her research topic in English? It was, because she used to teach Shakespeare to her students, so she studied the impact of Indian adaptations of Shakespeare's plays in the understanding of Shakespeare. And which were the Indian adaptations? Are you aware of which movies in India have been based on Shakespeare's plays?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Angur is based on Shakespeare, I think.
Yes. Mangur is based on Macbeth. That's absolutely correct. And what about Omkara?
Omkara, yes, ma'am.
Based on Othello. Okay. And Heather was based on Hamlet. Again, I'm not an English teacher, but I know this because she was talking to me about the research that she did. So she studied the impact of Indian adaptations and how it helped her in the teaching of Shakespeare in the Indian context. All right.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, I am just interrupting in between. The reason is that we can only see your first slide, research and professional development.
Oh, I see.
So that is why.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Just a minute. Let me just set this right. So you missed all the slides in between?
Yes, ma'am. So I wanted to interrupt, but then I thought.
Wish you had done that. Let me just work this.
Should I share the presentation for you?
You could do that. Yeah, we can try that. Let me just once try it over here so that I have control over it. Can you see this slide now?
Yes,
yes. It's looking fine.
Now it's just
Is it on the subject that I'm speaking? Research in subject specific domains?
Yes,
ma'am.
Absolutely, ma'am.
I'm sorry. And in case this happens again, please interrupt me there and then. I didn't realize it was yet on the first slide. All right. So that would have made our discussion not as effective as it would have been if you had the slides in front of you. I'm sorry for that.
Excuse me, ma'am. Again, then would be able to see the missed slides in detail once again, or it's just
Can we do that at the end of it?
Yes, ma'am. Please do.
Finish our discussions, right?
Yes.
So I'll show you then. So we are back to research in subject specific domains. So I was talking to you about how I gave you an example of the research that an English teacher could undertake. Let's also take, for example, a history teacher. What kind of research could she do? Suppose someone did a research on the impact of the First World War on British policies in India. Would it be a research based on her or his specific subject, history? Because the research paper would be studying the specific, the impact of the First World War on British policies, both topics or both parts of this topic connected to history. So that is what would be a research in a subject specific domain in history. What could possibly be the research topic of a teacher in psychology, let us say? Based on the pandemic, suppose one of the psychology teachers decides to do a research on the impact of the pandemic or the impact of the pandemic on learning outcomes of 14-year-olds. So is this something related to the subject she teaches, psychology? So that is what research in subject-specific domains would be, right? Up to here, do I make myself clear about what is research in subject-specific domains? If you're a maths teacher, you would research about maths. If I'm an English teacher, I would research. How would I research? I would probably go through a lot of other literature. that is available about whatever subject I want to research on, but it will be based on the subject I teach. Clear? I'm going to talk to you about one of the very interesting subject-specific research that was carried out in Bhavan Vidyalaya, Chandigarh. And as you see, the name specifies adventurous physical activities, a mainstream intervention for mental toughness. I'm going to share with you the details of this research. This was carried out by these are published researches that I'm talking about. This was carried out by two of our physical education teachers, Mr. Vijaypal and Mr. Anil. What did they research? They basically they started out with a hypothesis that when you allow children to participate or encourage children to participate in adventurous physical activities, it translates into increased mental toughness. So how was this research carried out? It is a subject-specific research related to their subject of physical education activities. So what they did was they selected a sample of 30 students of our school. Who were these 30 students? These were students who were either very shy, students who were not performing very well in academics, students who were unable to stand up for themselves in tough situations. They were first, through a questionnaire, their mental toughness was studied. And this was done through using scientific methods for studying mental toughness. And if you are interested, I will even share the details of this paper, which was published. After that, these children, 30 students, the sample size was 30, they underwent rigorous training for 2 months, physical training, and in this particular case, cycling. We trained them on how to cycle on the roads, what are the rules that have to be followed, what are the protocols that have to be followed, you have to follow or cycle in a single line, how to overcome or how to handle traffic, etc. All that training was given to them for 2 months. They were then taken on a cyclothon from Chandigarh to Amritsar Jallianwala Bagh. These same 30 children, after their training, were taken on a cyclothon to Jallianwala Bagh in Amritsar. Over a period of 4 days, they cycled, stopping every night at different places. Okay? Once they completed this cyclothon and came back, they were again studied for any changes that were witnessed in their mental toughness. Now, mental toughness, there are certain specified characteristics which have to be studied. And it was found after testing them and after, a proper scientific scale was selected on which they would be tested, etc. It was found, and after applying a lot of statistical data, etc., it was found that there was a significant improvement of the mental toughness in children after undergoing this training and completion of the expedition to Amritsar. There were a lot of other correlated studies also undertaken by other teachers who also studied whether there was any change in their academic progress in the other subjects, but that was a secondary study. Primarily, our study was to see whether the mental toughness of these students improves after they have undergone this kind of training. So this research paper I will share with you, those of you who are interested. And also I must share with you, matter of great pride, that since that year, this was 5 years back, that this research was conducted, we have been conducting cyclothons for children every year. From here to Jallianwala Bagh was our first cyclothon. Our second cyclothon was to Dandi. But now notice when we moved to Dandi, it became an interdisciplinary research. Why? Dandi
included history.
History. Yeah. So our children cycle to Dandi, and what I'm happiest to share with you is today, as I speak to you over here, 17 children and 5 teachers have reached Nepal on cycles. So our cyclothon for this year went international, and our children have cycled to Nepal, and they reached there on 3rd of June, which was the World Bicycle Day. And they carry with them the message of universal brotherhood, peace, and friendship. So what I'm trying to tell you is that research has added so many dimensions for the teachers, and more than the teachers, for the students. And it has been of immense benefit to the children. So this was the case study I wanted to present to you. This was research that was done by our own teachers in their subject of physical education, right? So the first type of research can be in subject specific domains. So if you're a maths teacher, you research something in maths. If you're a chemistry teacher, you would research something in chemistry, right? Then the second kind of research that we can talk about is research that is based around teaching learning practices. Is the slide visible to you? I changed the slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can see the next slide, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the second type of research is based around teaching learning practices. So I may be a chemistry teacher, but my research is not based on chemistry. It is based on the practices that I use for teaching to make learning effective. So the same teaching learning research can be done by a chemistry teacher, can be done by a maths teacher, can be done by a science teacher, can be done by a history teacher, because here the research is not subject specific. It is based around teaching learning practices. So what do we research over here? We research the teaching learning process. What could we research in the teaching learning process? For example, I want you to tell me, is there anything in the teaching learning process on which you could undertake a research? Anyone? Anything about the teaching learning process that you would like to research on?
Like, ma'am, recently in the first workshop, I think we have discussed about AI techniques.
Okay.
So that was like a teaching learning process of future only.
Right. So, and you could use artificial intelligence techniques in all subjects. So basically, that research would be related around teaching learning practices.
Ma'am, we can also take, for example, a classroom situation where there are lots of children having different abilities, how they're going to grasp the content. So there we can understand the teaching learning process, how well it is happening.
Perfect. Perfect. Absolutely right. Yeah. So your teaching learning process becomes the focus of this research. Learning outcomes improve. What are learning outcomes? It's what are the outcomes we expect from our students once we have taught. So have they learned? What have they learned? And do those outcomes improve if we carry out research in the teaching learning process? Definitely. Like the example you just gave, that if we are able to research how different children learn, or children with different abilities, how they learn, naturally learning outcomes will definitely be better. It also leads to holistic and overall growth. So when, as a teacher, I stop only researching around accounts or business studies, which are my subjects, but I start researching around other factors of the teaching learning process. Then I am expanding my own boundaries. I am growing overall. There is development, not only regarding not only in my area of academic specialization, but also overall as a teacher, I am growing. And fourth, we are saying classroom transactions improve learning. The classroom transaction is improved. What is a classroom transaction? What happens in the classroom between the student and the teacher? The transactions that take place between student and teacher, they become more fruitful and learning improves, right? Now, research around teaching learning processes. Again, I am going to share and discuss with you 2 case studies. These are also published research papers of 2 case studies that have been undertaken by teachers of our school. The first case study is the effect of remedial teaching on academic achievement of grade 4 students. Now, this was undertaken by Ms. Jyotika and Ms. Nimisha, a science teacher and the school counselor. Now, in this paper, this whole research was basically divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the diagnostic stage. So what do I mean by the diagnostic stage? The teachers first studied, I think the sample size over here was 25 children, all right? So in the diagnostic phase, we first studied the academic patterns of these 25 children. They were poor performers in academics, and an assessment was made about how they were performing, what were the learning gaps that were observed. So first, we went through in the diagnostic stage, basically a detailed record of these 25 children was taken. The parents were involved in this. We told the parents that we would like to research how we can improve their achievements, their academic achievements. All right, so that was the diagnostic phase. Then came the intervention phase. Now, in the intervention phase, what these 2 teachers who were researching, what they did was, they wanted to study the effect of remedial teaching. Would it make a difference or not? So they undertook a planned program of remedial teaching. This remedial teaching, these students were taken aside from the classroom during the 0 period, during the assembly period, and remedial teaching was done with these students. This was the intervention phase where the teachers actually intervened. And then after 3 months of this came the evaluation phase. Again, through a systematic scientific manner, using a lot of statistical tools, they studied the performance of these grade 4 students. And also studies were carried out that did the remedial teaching make a difference in the academic achievement of these students? And it was found that there was a lot of improvement in most of the students. However, some was not something related to only science or mathematics. It was the teaching learning process which was researched. Remedial teaching as a process, would it be effective or not? So this is the kind of research that was done. The second research that was done by the teachers of our school was a study on the effect of educational interventions during online learning of class 1 and class 2 EWS students, economically weaker students. You know? So in this research, which was done by Ms. Yojana Rawat, what the teacher wanted to study basically was that the economically weaker students, did they require any educational interventions? What were those educational interventions? And did those educational interventions help? So what kind of educational interventions were taken? This was done during the pandemic, because we felt that a lot of our EWS children were not keeping pace with the online method of teaching that had been adopted at that time. And a lot of educational interventions like providing them devices. We approached our old student society to give them mobile phones. We also took help to provide them data. All right. We involved their parents. A separate study hour was kept for these students. And the effect of those interventions on the learning of these class 1 and 2 economically weaker section students was studied. This was again done by our teachers in our junior section, right? So these are two case studies that I presented to you. Again, both these are published papers where the research was based around the teaching learning process rather than a subject specific process, right? I hope these cases that I've talked to you about would also encourage you to take up some kind of research which will, enhance your abilities as a teacher. I'll next move on to the next topic, that is the methods of research. The first method over here, experimental method. As is very obvious, the name suggests that here research is done in a very logical manner, usually, not always, usually in laboratory settings, in a very controlled environment. You're experimenting, so the environment is usually controlled. For example, let us say you want to study the effect of sleep patterns on the academic performance of a child. What are the factors that you will have to control? Will you have to let one group of your sample, let's say one part of the sample sleep for 8 hours? The other group in the sample sleep for 6 hours, and the third group sleep for only 4 hours, right? So what are you doing? You are experimenting, but you have to control everything and then study the outcomes. So that is why we say that requires a controlled environment, usually requires, laboratories. You may have to get all of them to sleep at one place. So that becomes the laboratory for you, So this could be an example of experimental research. You want to study the effect of artificial sweeteners on weight. So again, you will have to control a lot of factors. You will have to give different groups different amounts of artificial sweeteners. You will have to measure their weight, then draw your inferences on the basis of this experiment that you have conducted. So that would be the experimental method. The second one would be the observational method. Now, in the observational method, the researcher basically observes and records correctly. It's very, very important to be absolutely careful about the observation method, because here there is an element of bias that may creep in. So suppose I believe that only students who do academically well will be successful in life. Let us say that is my belief. And so I start research using the observation method. I start observing my students over a period of 10 years. What happens then is that sometimes my bias as an observer may creep in, because I have not defined what is doing well. I have not defined academically well. Kisko aap academically well mante ho? 50% ko mante ho, 80% ko mante ho, right? So in the observational method, what happens is we sometimes as a researcher project our own wishes or our own biases on the result. So it's not a very scientific method, but it is a popular method of research, right? The next method is the survey method. In the survey method, you have a very carefully drawn out questionnaire, and you select a sample to whom you will give that questionnaire, whether you mail that questionnaire, whether you ask them the question through interviews, but you will do a survey of what is the topic that you are researching on. Are you aware of any survey method researches that you may have witnessed in the last few years? अभी इलेक्शंस हुए थे तो उसके जो रिजल्ट्स होते हैं वो कैसे करते हैं? वो सर्वे से होता है ना? Am I right? So how do they find out, or how do they give their projections that who's going to, who's leading or which party is going to win? That is the survey method. So different people of the sample, and it's very important, to select a sample that is representative of the entire population. They are selected and then they are made to go through this survey, whether they are asked questions or they are asked to fill out a questionnaire. A lot of you would have heard about the Education World magazine. Have you? Teachers, Bhavan teachers would have heard about it.
Yes, ma'am.
Education World is a leading magazine, and they conduct educational research also. And so they also do surveys to rank schools. How do they do this? They send out their questionnaires to a certain number of people from different cities, towns across the country. So they select their sample very carefully so that the sample represents the entire population. And then they ask them to fill in a certain questionnaire on the basis of which they carry out their research. So that would be the survey method, right? Then the case study method, you could also do a case study. For example, say one child has some learning disability, right? So you could study, or you could take up that particular student as a case study and study the effect of different interventions with such students over a period of 3 years. So there you are focusing your research on a particular case, right? That would be a case study. I have my eye on the watch, so I'm hurrying up a little bit. I have time only up till 11. And then the last one is the test method. So in a test method, हमारे बच्चों को जब हम ये aptitude tests करवाते हैं, so उसमें क्या होता है, बड़े standardized tests होते हैं, and then at the end of those tests, you know, evaluation is done and say that you are more suited for humanities, you're more suited for the sciences. So that is the test method, but that test method it's a very, very important thing to make sure that your test has been framed in a very, very systematic, scientific manner, you know, and it is a very complicated task. So that would be the test method. As teachers, we can use any of these methods depending on what is it that we want to research. And you could also use a combination of these methods to, you know, arrive at more reliable outcomes, right? The next topic that was given to me is before research possibilities. I think I missed out one slide, is on research ethics. We'll quickly talk about ethics in research. What should be the ethics that we should follow? Ethics is something that is lacking, I think, in every area or domain of our life. So it's important that when we as teachers talk about research, we should be ethical about the kind of research that we are doing. And quickly, I'll mention to you some of the things that should be kept in mind. One is that your data should be absolutely authentic. Do not fabricate data. If you are using certain survey methods, etc., make sure that you keep the identity of the people in your sample absolutely confidential. You owe that to them. Do not project your own wishes or biases on your research outcomes. These are some of the things you will need to keep in mind if you have to research ethically, right? And coming to the next one, research possibilities. First is interdisciplinary research, right? What does interdisciplinary research mean? Basically, it means research in a combination of multiple disciplines. And you draw from knowledge from several fields. For example, the effect of the Great Depression on English literature, right? Or the effect of how did literature change during the Russian Revolution. So what are the two fields that you're drawing from? You're drawing from literature and from history when you're talking about the revolution, right? It becomes an interdisciplinary research. So as teachers in your schools, you could undertake interdisciplinary research. I told you about the research about our physical education teachers has then eventually went on to become an interdisciplinary research. Why? Because then we also studied the effect of these physical activities on their academic progress in science, mathematics, social sciences, English, and Hindi. So what happened was that what began as a research in physical education only, then got extended to the other disciplines as well. So that is one possibility that should really work in schools, I think. And we should look at possibilities for interdisciplinary research. Then we talk about collaborative research. Research is where two or more people come together to carry out research. For example, very often, this is said that the educational degrees, is that my timer? So the educational degrees are not suitable.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I will wind up very quickly. So collaborative research, for example, I was in a panel discussion, where we were talking about how our students who pass out from schools and colleges are not ready for the industry. And the member from the industry on that panel said, but when has research been done keeping us also in that research? So we've never bothered to ask the industry what they want. So I thought that was a great idea for collaborative research. Research between educational institutions and the industry. What does the industry want? आप किस तरह का employee ढूंढ रहे हैं? And where are the gaps between what we are teaching them and what you desire in our employee? That would be collaborative research, right? Action research is basically where you are, investigating and solving an issue together. You're taking some action. In the researches that I've talked to you about, in the 3 case studies, do you think any one of them was action research? Where we took action, we were investigating, and then we drew conclusions also?
Ma'am, the remedial one.
All 3 of them were action research.
Yes, yes.
All 3 of them were action research, which is probably one of the most important fields or the most important possibility for research in schools. So in all 3 of them, we took some action. We investigated it, and then we drew conclusions and we solved certain issues. So I said, how do we define action research? We say you investigate and you bring solutions, which is what all those 3 case studies did. So they were all examples of action. And the next one is continuous professional development. I keep feeling somebody is reminding me, stop talking. The last one, continuous professional development. Basically, we've talked about professional development. Continuous professional development, as the name indicates, is something that is an ongoing process. It's not that I attend one workshop today and I have developed professionally. No, it is an ongoing process because education itself is a dynamic field. It's ever changing every day, and our development must be continuous. I will not take too long over this because it's going to be taken up tomorrow by Mrs. Kunika Sharma. I know that she's doing continuous professional development. So I will leave that to her. And with that, I come to the end of my presentation today. Thank you so much for bearing with me so patiently. I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Ma'am? The slides once again, one by one.
Yeah, so we'll just run the slides once again. Yes. If I'm too fast, I'll share the slides, the presentation. Please don't worry about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I'll be happy to take any questions, if any.
Are there any questions?
I think that's it. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You have very beautifully presented professional development and how it is necessary and how research helps us to improve ourselves, not only ourselves, in fact, it helps generations. Like today, if we have found something, so it is going to help everybody. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next session is on teacher as counselor by Ma'am Sham Chawla, Assistant Commissioner, Kendra Vidyalaya Sangathan. I hope ma'am is there with us.
Yes, I'm very much there, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. So I'll just tell you something about ma'am. She superannuated from Kendra Vidyalaya Sangathan as Assistant Commissioner after working as a teacher for 17 years and as a principal for 20 years. Certified Career Analyst, National Trainer by NCRT for Adolescents Education Program, Counselor on CBSE portal for last 2 years, Kendra Vidyalaya Sangathan National Awardee Principal, organized more than 20 in-service courses for teachers, organized a number of workshops for adolescents education programs, gender sensitization, POXO, human rights, etc. CEO and founder of Career Cafe, an organization to help students to select suitable education stream based on 360-degree scientific analysis of personality, interest, skills, and ability. Presently, ma'am is working as career counselor and teenage parenting. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And very good morning to all of you. Respected Dr. A.K. Sharma, all the learned teachers. A very good morning to you all. First of all, I owe my thanks to Dr. A.K. Sharma, who has given me this opportunity to interact with you all. Sir also knows that the topic is very close to my heart. That is the reason that after superannuating from Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, I started working as a counselor, as a career counselor. So thank you, Dr. A.K. Sharma, who has provided me this platform to interact with you. So I congratulate all the teachers who have joined Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. First of all, joining this noble profession as a teacher. Friends, let me tell you, it is really a very, very noble profession. You are lucky to be the teachers. And secondly, joining this institute, so prestigious institute, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. But being teachers, we have to shoulder a much, much bigger responsibility than any other profession, any other job profile. Frankly, first thing I always used to say to my teachers, एक इंजीनियर अगर गलती करता है तो वो दीवार में दफन हो जाती है, एक डॉक्टर अगर गलती करता है तो वो कब्र में दफन हो जाती है, लेकिन एक टीचर अगर गलती करता है वो सालों साल सोसाइटी में हमारे नाम पर बनकर घूमती है, उस गलती का परिणाम पूरा समाज भुगतता है। सो टीचर की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कितनी बड़ी है ये हम सब अच्छे से समझ लें, जान लें और उसको जितना अच्छे से हम निभा पाए उतना अच्छा है। तो मैं coming to my topic, teacher as a counselor, I'll share my screen with you all. Give me a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So we will start with an activity. This is going to be more an interactive session. So you can speak as well as you can write in the chat box. So think of your favorite teacher. What did this teacher do to make you remember him or her? So अपना कोई एक ऐसा टीचर याद करिए जिसने आपको आपके लिए कुछ ऐसा किया है जो आपको आज तक याद है. हमारी लाइफ में बहुत सारे टीचर्स आए हैं. Yes, please. I think there is a possibility of speaking also. You can unmute yourself and speak. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So any one of you, please.
Ma'am, I'm Rupinder from Bhavan
Yeah.
Vidyalaya, New Chandigarh.
Yeah.
Like I remember S.K. Sharma sir, who taught us in Kendriya Vidyalaya, Sector 47, Chandigarh. Later, he
Okay.
was principal of KV Sangathan in Patiala,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
He was a wonderful motivator. And
Okay.
I remember he used to teach us history in class 10th. And he motivated us so much that every student became a better student. Like
Okay.
because of his motivation, we would like each child was able to increase at least 5% or 10% marks.
Okay, great.
He
So
was
one quality he taught well, right? Another quality he motivated you. Okay. 3 more qualities. Yes, ma'am. Hello. Am I audible?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other quality which you feel Mr. S.K. Sharma had?
He was a wonderful teacher, and he
Mm.
never taught us from the books. Even it was a history subject.
Okay.
He used to tell us verbally everything like a story.
Okay, that is one thing. He was a wonderful teacher. Number 2, you told that he was a wonderful
Idra.
Please mute your mics. Wants to share 2 or 3 qualities of a good teacher. Okay, never mind. We'll continue. First thing, she said he used to teach very well. That is the quality of teacher. He used to encourage, he used to appreciate, and he used to compliment. He was very humble. He was a great motivator. That means he was always energized, and he was a great reformer that every student used to score well and highly motivated. So these are
And very friendly, ma'am.
very
At
friendly.
that age, when we were in 9th and 10th, he was a very able person to handle that age.
Okay. So
we were like, we never shied away from telling him or going and, sharing our concerns with him.
great, great. So
And same time, he taught us the discipline also. So both the things he balanced very well.
he was friendly, he was approachable, he was good teacher, he was a great motivator, he was a source of energy for you all. And since he was very humble, so you people were, not scared
And
of him.
ma'am,
And
I'm sorry to interrupt, but one more thing, he was a very good musician also. I remember in KVs, we used to have this PT on Saturdays in the
Yeah.
mornings in white dress. And he used to do make us do that PT on flute also, on flute,
Okay.
on harmonium, everything,
Okay.
not
Okay.
only on
Great.
drums.
Great. Great. So thank you very much, ma'am. And I think each one of us will agree that we always appreciate a teacher who is friendly, who is approachable, who teaches well, who appreciates us, who does not ridicule us before the class, right? So, what are the qualities of a good counselor? Now you can very easily relate with the qualities ma'am has told, with the qualities of a good counselor. So active listener, genuine, he had a lot of patience, he was friendly, he was calm, he was kind, he was warm, he was trustworthy, he had empathy, and he used to accept every child. Am I right, ma'am? Easily relate the qualities of a good counselor with the qualities of a good teacher. So we remember those teachers who really had the qualities of a counselor as well. Now, according to UNICEF survey, findings for 21 countries in the State of the World's Children 2021, every 1 in 7 youngsters between 15 and 24 years in India reported some form of poor mental health, such as feelings of depression or disinterest. And friends, you won't believe India is the second country in the world so far as adolescent suicides are concerned. So you can very well understand the situation of the children in this nation, and we can very well understand the responsibilities which have been entrusted to us. Again, some questions for you. Walk in their shoes, go back to your adolescence age, think about your children, and answer these questions. Please, no answer is a wrong answer, so feel free to answer. What are some issues children these days face? Yes, please. I want answers from your side, please. No one?
The peer pressure.
Peer pressure, very good. Children are under a lot of pressure that if we won't behave in this way, our friends are going to leave us. We are going to lose our friends.
Yes,
Fear
ma'am.
of missing out.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, their
Depression.
looks, their
Hanji?
Ma'am,
looks,
marks also.
Ma'am, to
Marks
score
also.
good marks,
Yes.
ma'am.
Marks.
Competition.
Expectation of their parents.
Yes. Expectation of the parents, expectations of the
Depression.
society,
And
depression.
ma'am, I don't know why, but they don't want to open up these days. Communication is very difficult with these generation.
Yeah, they are
Children.
more introvert.
Yeah, they are not
especially
introvert basically. We can discuss this issue separately also. Yes, why they don't open up.
ma'am,
Yes,
especially communication with parents. They don't want to talk
communication with
to their
parents.
parents. They can talk to
Yes,
their friends, they can laugh with them, but they're
yeah,
not ready to sit with their parents and discuss their issues.
yeah. That
And
is why I have taken the topic of teenage parenting also as my counseling.
they are
Yes,
concerned about their looks also.
yeah,
How they look.
correct.
Performance pressure is also there.
Okay, so you have almost given me all the reasons why children are, into problem. One is stress and anxiety because of examinations. Okay, exams is not the culprit is the society. We are the culprits who judge the child by his marks, right? Then peer pressure causing anxiety and trauma. uh, Commercialized education system, focus on quantity. We are more focused on marks, कितने marks है. और हैरानी होती है when people come and say, ma'am, only 85%, and then I get a shock of the world. Okay, only 85% is quite a good number, but still parents' expectations, and we also judge by this. You won't believe me, many times we also answer, okay, koi baat nahi, 85% is good. That means somehow we are giving this impression to the child, okay, it's okay, right? Then textbook focused and no focus on creativity. So we are more focused on marks, we are more focused on cramming the textbooks, we are not focused on the interest of the child, on the personality of the child. Some of you just now said the children are getting introvert. They are not getting introvert. They have blocked their parents, because parents normally listen to react, not to listen, not to listen to their child. Moment the child starts, after one or two sentences, just observe it, we start giving our reactions to them, which may be against what the child is facing. You won't believe, just a couple of days back, I had a session with a girl child, and the girl is very creative. They came for the counseling. Father wants that she should take commerce because he is a businessman. Mother wants that she should go to medical side because her parental side is from the medical side. And the grandparents, Dadi, she wants her to go to engineering. So the girl child was so confused, and against the parents. So that is why such children gradually block their parents. Okay, जब सुनना ही नहीं है तो मैं बोलूं ही क्यों? That is the attitude of the child, right? So why can teachers play the role of a counselor? आप कहेंगे हमारा काम तो पढ़ाना है. Why should I play the role of a counselor? Because you are the ones who are very near to the child. You are the ones who is going to spend 6 hours a day with the child. You can observe the child. You can see the changes in the child. The child trusts you. Believe me, a child trusts you more than anyone else in the world, in case you are a good teacher. He or she will come to you. Even in the primary section, it happens that even if you are telling something wrong, the child will never agree. The child will say, no, this is what my teacher has told and this is correct. I have seen children on the annual day, particularly primary children, they are taking a flower in the hand. You are there as a principal, education officer is there, chief guest is there, but the child is not going to give the flower to you or to the chief guest. He says, this is for my class teacher. This is the kind of trust and connection the child has with you. And a holistic view of students, you can see in what are the strengths of the child, what are the weaknesses of the child, what are the areas where the child is good. Early intervention. See, sometimes it happens that the child is into some problem. Being a class teacher, you can observe and you can find out. Maybe you just see a symptom that the child, is suddenly getting very quiet, or the child is suddenly getting very violent. So your observation will be an early intervention to prevent the child from further loss. Then academic integration. So you can integrate your academics with the counseling part, with the emotional well-being part, in the form of stories, in the form of play, in the form of, I'm sorry, I'll have to go back. I need to go back, okay? There is some problem, okay? So anyways, we'll continue with that. So being a teacher, you can help the child in various ways by emotionally integrating the things with the child, by providing early intervention, by connecting with the child emotionally, and at the same time, if you go the other way around, if you start criticizing the child, if you start demotivating the child may go into depression, the child may suffer from anxiety, the child's emotional balance will get disturbed, and so on, so many issues. So being a teacher counselor, yes, so overcoming stigma and continuity of care, the kind of care you can give to the child, no one else can give. I hope I'm clear about it. Yes?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Why the role of teacher is so important? You know, a teacher has not only to be a counselor, the teacher has to be a friend. A teacher has to be a mother. You know, most of the times I used to ask my teachers, what is the difference between a mother and a teacher? I will ask the same questions from you. Can anyone answer? What is the difference between the teacher and a mother? Yes, please. Very
Ma'am,
simple.
I don't know the technical answer, but through my observation and being a
Yeah.
mother also,
Yeah.
mothers sometimes they overlook some negative things about the child. But
Okay.
teacher intervenes as and when she sees, observes it, and
Yeah.
she intervenes and she tries to correct it.
Okay. Great. Very good. Anyone else? Anyone else? Any other answer? Every answer is a correct answer. Again. No one?
A teacher, good morning, good afternoon, no, good morning,
Yeah.
ma'am. A teacher may have an objective view, whereas a mother often can have a biasness towards their own children.
Okay. Great. Okay. Chaliye, anyway, I will tell you the answer. All the answers are correct, as I told you. That mother overlooks, and the mother is very protective for the child, right? But at the same time, I used to say कि माँ कभी हार नहीं मानती है. If my child is not eating something, I will prepare a different dish. I will, serve the same dish in a different manner. I will tell a story. I will do anything to make my child eat the food. But being a teacher, we sometimes answer like this. कि ये नहीं कर सकता. And please, my humble request is, don't ever do this. Every child has got his own strengths and limitations. I heard number of times from the teachers. Once upon a time, it happened in Ambala also. This is a case study which I'm sharing you, and this is the real case. That a parent came to me with the student of class 2, and parent told कि madam इसको ना इसी class में रोकना है. And I don't know, somehow it pinched me that the child is at such a stage. I said, why? He said, नहीं, ये नहीं कर पा रहा है. देखिए ना, इसके नंबर भी कम आए हैं, इसके टीचर्स भी ऐसा कह रहे हैं. ओके, तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, आप इसकी नोटबुक्स लाइए, जरा इसका बैग लाइए. और मैंने बच्चे से बात की. मैंने कहा बेटा, आप इसी क्लास में दोबारा पढ़ना चाहते हो? चाइल्ड इज सो इनोसेंट. ही सेड यस मैम. मैंने कहा क्यों? तो he said, मैम मैं बुद्धू हूँ ना. And these words gave me really a chest pain. That a 7 years old child is telling me, मैम मैं बुद्धू हूँ ना. I said, who told you? मैम मेरे टीचर्स ने भी कहा और मेरे मम्मी पापा भी कहते हैं. And I told him, okay, you get your bag to me. मैंने बैग मंगवाया and you won't believe when I opened the notebooks, such a beautiful handwriting the child had, well maintained notebooks. So I said, how can you be बुद्धू? आप कैसे हो सकते हैं, इतनी सुंदर आपकी हैंडराइटिंग है. तो अब पेरेंट भी देखता है कि अच्छा हमारा किस तरफ रुख है. And then the parent also started saying कि नहीं नहीं मैम वो देखिए ना इसको ये हनुमान चालीसा पूरा याद है, ये चीज पूरी याद है. So I said it's okay, let him go to the next class. And फिर वो छोटी लकीर के सामने बड़ी लकीर खींचने के लिए हमने उस बच्चे को एनुअल डे पे हनुमान चालीसा बुलवाया, स्टेज कॉन्फिडेंस दिया. And the child has done graduation now. Whereas that word, one single word, had damaged the child's self-confidence, self-image of the child. So we have to be very, very careful while talking to the children, which words we should use, whether being a mother or being a teacher. We have to be very, very careful while choosing our words. These damage the child's personality and you will never come to know about it. आपको तब पता चलेगा जब बच्चा आपको ब्लॉक कर देगा कि मुझे इससे बात ही नहीं करना है. Okay, what role does a teacher play? So one, emotional guidance and support. So teachers can provide emotional guidance and support to the child, as madam has told कि Mr. S.K. Sharma was the person who always guided them, who always supported them, who always had faith in them. Then building trust and connection. So being teacher, you can have very strong relationships with your students. You know, this is the biggest asset we possess. No one, no profession, no job profile in this world is so good that you get so much of strong relationships. You go somewhere and your students are there. My husband is from a bank. So when we used to go to school, hundreds of students touching our feet and, sharing their problems with us. He said, this is not, available to the highest post in his bank also. So this is the kind of people we get. This is the kind of connection we get when children are with us. Teaching emotional regulation, as I told you, that we can inculcate emotional strengths in the children by role playing, by discussions, by case studies, by sharing some positive news, by sharing some good poems and all that. Now, the biggest problem which came just now was one ma'am was telling that the children are not talking to even their parents. Again, a case study here I will share with you. One parent came to my chamber with the bandage on his hand and he told me कि मैम इसको ना अपने एग्जाम में नहीं बैठने देना. 12th का बोर्ड का एग्जाम था. ओके, देखिए मेरे को मार के आया है. This was something very strange and sad to see. But I said to the parent, okay, let me talk to the child. कि इतनी बड़ी क्या बात हो गई, इतना वो बच्चा कैसे एग्रेसिव हो गया कि वो अपने पेरेंट के साथ उसको हिट करके आया. So I called the child and the child said कि मैम मैं साइंस नहीं पढ़ना चाहता था, इनके सीईओ ने कहा साइंस पढ़वाओ, इन्होंने मुझे जबरदस्ती साइंस ले दिया. इसके बाद क्या हुआ, मैं जैसे तैसे कर रहा हूँ. अब सिर्फ मेरा केमिस्ट्री का पेपर पास नहीं है और इनके सीईओ साहब कह रहे हैं इनको ड्रॉप कराइए, तो अब ये मुझे कह रहे हैं कि तुमने पेपर में नहीं बैठना. So naturally this is a conflict between the child and the parent. So of course we intervened, we spoke to the father, we spoke to the child, we took some remedial steps also. With the result, this conflict could be resolved. And believe me, it happens number of times. A very, very simple case came to me when a child fell into drug addiction and there was lot of problem at home. So I called the mother. तो mother said कि मैं क्या करूं, अब ये आते ही ऐसी हैं. And the child said, मैम मैं छोड़ना चाहता हूँ लेकिन ये मुझे छोड़ने ही नहीं देते. क्यों नहीं छोड़ने देते? कि मेरे घर में कोई भी आता है ये शुरू हो जाते हैं. तो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट कहाँ था? बच्चे की सोच में और पेरेंट की सोच में. So again took 2-3 sessions with them. तो मम्मा और बेटे में रिजॉल्व हो गया. And the child, he stopped taking drugs and everything was okay when he met me last time. So this is the role of a teacher, very, very important role of a teacher, where you have to guide the parent also and where you have to guide the child also. Facilitating emotional expressions and reflections. So the child can express his reflections. You can ask the child to make a journal. You can ask the child to narrate a story. You can create you can ask the children to create a story in groups. Let one child start, leave after 2-3 lines, let the other child take it, and you will find that in that story itself you can easily find out what are the problems the child is facing. When CC was there, I went to one of the classes and I asked the child, okay, पास तो आप ऐसे भी हो जाओगे तो पढ़ोगे क्यों, आप क्या जरूरत है पढ़ने की. So one very good example came to me. The child said, madam, इसमें क्या होगा कि कोई हमारी प्रॉपर्टी पे भी साइन झूठे हमसे करवा ले जाएगा अगर हम पढ़े लिखे नहीं होंगे. So you can find out, okay, this child is into this stage because there is something wrong in the family. So from these things you can very easily get the reflections of the children through class discussions. So in short, a teacher counselor establishes rapport with the students, allows students to express themselves freely, maintains confidentiality, shows consistency in emotions, and behaves in a non-judgmental way. Now, this is a very, very important term, non-judgmental. I wish someone from you to answer. What is this non-judgmental? We use this term very often.
And when we don't judge anyone, based on his choices in life or how he responds to situations or how he acts in certain situations, or likes or
Yes.
dislikes, even simple things as that.
Yes, we have to accept the child as it is. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, not to stereotype anything, basically.
Yes, not to stereotype. ये तो ऐसा है ना? ये तो ऐसा ही करेगा. And even this term confidentiality is very, very important. Someone from you? Yes, please. It's good when you interact.
Yes, ma'am.
Angie, confidentiality.
Yes, ma'am. When any student or share any confidential about his family or himself or herself, we should keep his confidential matter with us. We should not
Yes.
share with others.
Ma'am, when we keep it secret,
Yes,
whatever
we
he
should
has shared, so we keep secret to us and we don't, keep talking about it to every other person around.
every other person.
Exactly, exactly. Many a times it happens that it becomes a talk of the staff room.
Yes, yes. We should not talk
We
with
should
others and criticize him, and we will share his all confidential matter with others.
Yes, very
And
right.
not to be discussed maybe in a sarcastic manner.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Never.
And these two terms are confidentiality and non-judgmental.
Yes.
Are very, very important and correlated. Ma'am has very rightly said, we don't have to give any remark on that.
Yeah.
Okay, directly or indirectly also. अच्छा तेरे साथ ऐसे हुआ था, इसीलिए ऐसा हो गया, है ना? So we don't have to be. We have to accept the child as it is. This is a very, very important thing.
Yes.
Okay, so all these points we have already discussed. You have the maximum contact. You know their needs, interests, abilities, and problems. You observe the students in the classroom and outside situations and watch for danger signals in the pupil's normal development maturation. Can anyone give me some insights into this? Situations and watch for danger signals in the pupil's normal development maturation. Yes, please. See, the child's age is like when the child is growing, when there are normal changes which happen in the girls and the boys in this particular age, and in case the teacher notices that there is something wrong in this natural and normal development process, then she has to take up the matter, right? Now, how to be a teacher counselor? After all, hum bane kaise? What are the ways? Okay. So first is collaboration with the counselor. I hope every school is having a counselor nowadays. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So as per CBSE norms, it is mandatory. Now, sometimes teacher will ask, when there is a counselor, why should I work like that? ये तो counselor का काम है, मेरा काम थोड़ी है. No, you have to collaborate with the counselor. You know, again, a very interesting case I will share with you. One of the students who was in class 10th, suddenly he stopped coming to the school. Okay. And the teacher sent messages to him 3 times, 4 times, and the child didn't turn up. One morning, suddenly he turns up to the class, and the teacher brings the child to me. कि मैम ये देखिए ये आ जाया है. टीचर मस्ट हैव स्कोल्डेड हिम. सो देखिए ना, मेरे को ये आंसर बैक कर रहा है, मेरे को कह रहा है कि आप भी तो मुझे, आपने भी तो मुझे नहीं बुलाया. सो टीचर सेड कि मैंने तेरे को मैसेज तो भेजे थे. He said, उसके थ्रू भेजे थे ना, आप भी तो फोन कर सकते थे. So with these answers in front of the whole class, the teacher brought the child to me. When I asked him, so naturally first I have to be on the side of the teacher. So he said ke, I said no, we will not permit you like this in the school. So he said to his mother ke, ठीक है चलो यहाँ से, हमने नहीं यहाँ पे रहना. So he went, he left. So after 10-15 days, suddenly I remembered कि what happened to that child. He didn't turn up again. तो इसका तो पढ़ाई छूट जाएगा. What will he do? So I called my counselor. I told him कि मैम आप जाइए उस बच्चे के घर and tell him that government has appointed me to find out about the dropouts. So I want to know you about you कि आप किसी स्कूल में जा रहे हैं या नहीं जा रहे. So he was not going anywhere. So then I told, then my counselor told him कि अच्छा अगर आप चाहते हैं कि आप आगे पढ़ाई करें तो हम फिर प्रिंसिपल मैम से बात करते हैं. So till that time he came into his senses and he was able to know कि उसको कहीं और admission भी नहीं मिलेगा. So he said yes. So he came with the counselor with all our agreed terms and conditions. We took him back and he cleared his class 10th, and the teacher was totally against him. She was the happiest person कि मैम हमारा निशु पास हो गया, हमारा निशु पास हो गया. So this is how you have to collaborate the things with the counselor. Okay. Act as a referral agent. Now anyone from you who can explain me about this, how you can act as a referral agent? This is a very common point.
Ma'am, as we just observe that something is wrong, or is if there are any red flags we watch, we can refer the child to the counselor.
Yes. And most of the times when you see that the child is roaming outside in the corridors, not attending the classes, running around, not having the tiffins, or maybe suddenly he gets very silent. And sometimes it happens that the school does not allow full sleeves shirt during summers. And the child is always wearing full sleeves shirt. So you can see that maybe there are some, some wrong things going on with the child, or if you see that the performance of the child is getting reduced day by day. So these are the signals when you can see that the child is not comfortable, and then you can refer the child to the counselor. Understanding behavior of the students. Again, anyone from you?
Yes, ma'am.
Hanchi.
Yeah, we should understand the behavior of the students. Sometimes some students always want to go to the washroom, and
Yeah.
then sometimes they want to be attention seeker also. So we have
Exactly.
to understand their behavior, why they are
Right.
doing this. What is the psychology behind that? Why the student is doing all this?
Right, ma'am. Absolutely correct. And sometimes it happens that the child is fighting with other children
Yes,
without
ma'am.
any
Yes,
reason,
yes,
bullying others.
yes.
So then we have to understand the behavior and the cause behind it. One
Yeah.
of our students used to fight with other students like anything, or when I, otherwise he was a good child in studies. When I spoke to him, so he said कि मुझे गुस्सा इतना आ जाता है मुझे पता ही नहीं चलता. So then we referred the child to the doctor, and the BP of the child used to be so high at that time. So then we called the parents, and that means the child is not the culprit. The culprit is something else. So we have to find out that reason. Then provide regular advice. So uh, when we say advice, regular advice does not mean lecturing the child, because nobody wants lectures. If a teacher's keeps giving model lectures all the times, the students may not appreciate that also. So we have to give the advice in a different form. In a different form means in the form of a story, in the form of a role play, in the form, believe me, when you uh, ask some students to do the role play on the stage, children are relating themselves to that particular role. Even in our case also, when you see a movie, you see some drama, you relate there yourself also. So in that form we can provide solutions to the children, act as a link. Now, link between what?
Link between ma'am student and teacher relation, good relation, or
Okay, anyone else?
Ma'am, link between parent, counselor, student, and
Yes.
other stakeholders.
Yes, very rightly said. So link does not mean the teacher and the student. Link can be between the student and the student. Link can be between the parent and the student. Link can be between some other teacher and the student. Sometimes it happens that it is because of one particular teacher, the child is getting disturbed. So then you have to intervene, and then link between the counselor and the student, and then follow up. Yes, please. Very simple to elaborate.
Follow up that whatever results we wanted, whatever change we wanted, are they
Yeah.
are they happening, or is there
Yes,
any change in the child's behavior due to our measurements, whatever we have taken up?
exactly. So follow up means, suppose a counselor has given him some advice, and first thing, whether he is doing that or not. Secondly, if he is doing it, what are the outcomes? And we can convey to the counselor also whether this strategy is working or not. If this is not working, we will go to something else. So this is how the role of a teacher is very, very important as a counselor. Now we will have two case studies, although number of case studies I have discussed with you while taking the session. And those case studies were real case studies. I will share with you one or two more real case studies where the role of the teacher had totally changed the life of the student. Before taking this case study, I'll share with you. One of our students of class 11, she got failed, and she was a very bright child, and she stopped coming to this school. So teachers came to me, so I said, okay, you go to her home and find out whether she has taken admission somewhere or not. Teachers went, and in very short, I'm telling you, teachers went, and suddenly they gave me a call ki ma'am, she is not permitting us to come to our home. So nutshell में मैं आपको ये बताती हूँ, she did not inform to her parents, mother was there. She did not inform to her mother that she got failed. She gave the report card of a topper student with 99% to her mother, and every day she used to give one or another excuse to her mother that I'm not going to school due to this, I'm not going to school. Or when she used to go, she used to come, okay, आज मुझे ये trophy मिली है, आज ये मिला है, and all that. So basic reason behind that was that the mother said कि I will commit suicide if you get fail. See the kind of pressure the child was having. So the teacher went to her home, brought her school, we paid her fees, we brought her medical certificate to cover up the attendance and everything. And we did not inform her mother also, because she said ki she will really commit suicide if we do like that. So then we said, okay, when your father is coming. So when father came, we informed the father, and this was a true case. The father cried like anything. He said कि मैम you have saved my family, क्योंकि अगर ये पता चल जाता तो इसकी माँ ने सुसाइड कर लेना था और इसने भी कर लेना था, और अगर ये दोनों नहीं रहते तो मैं भी रह के क्या करता. So this was the real case study where the teacher's active role saved one whole family. So we have to think out of box. ये fail हो गया is not a crime, but वो school नहीं आ रहा, तो we have to be very cautious. We have to be very concerned that why the child is not coming to this school. मैंने बड़ी brief में आपको बताया है. It took almost 6 months for us to resolve that case. So now this is a case study for you. Those who did not answer till now, please try to answer, because there can be n number of answers to solve, right? So the case study 1, Sarah, a high school student, consistently performs poorly on exams despite being knowledgeable about the subject matter. After speaking with Sarah, you suspect that she is struggling with test anxiety. As a teacher counselor, how can you support Sarah in managing her test anxiety and improving her performance? Now, answers are supposed to be from your side. Yes, please explore the possibilities, how we can help Sarah.
Ma'am, may I?
Yes, please.
Ma'am, just because some of the anxiety levels, even if she knows, then she's not able to perform better on the exam day, or the expectations of the exam results are so high from the parents that that pressure is on her.
Yes. So we have to find out the reason. This could be one possibility, that the expectation of the parents is too high and she gets anxious in the name of exams. So what is the solution which you are going to provide?
Ma'am, we can motivate her. The teacher can motivate her. Whatever marks she will get, whatever she will do, the teacher can tell the child that whatever he will get, it is your performance, and whatever he will do, it is yours only. So whatever
Yes.
marks you will get, we will be happy with you. That much of motivation can be given to the child by the teacher, I think.
Okay, that's great. One, that we will motivate the child. But very important part, the ma'am has just spoken, that the expectations of the parents is too high. Should we do something on that part also?
Yeah, we can
Ma'am,
talk
we
to the
can-
parents about it.
Talking to
Yes,
the parents, counseling them.
we can call the parents and counsel
Counsel
them
them.
that
Yes.
your child is above all these.
Yes. Yes.
Whatever marks your child is getting,
Ma'am, we
you
can
know, you
counsel
should
the
be
parents to accept the child as he or she is.
as it is, okay?
Ma'am, we
Because
can
maybe
also
that the
encourage
child is
them.
very good in some other area.
Ma'am, we
Maybe
can also encourage them and share with them that, see, by sharing with them the past experiences, that marks is just a number. Knowledge is which is going to be there in nature for long run. If you have knowledge, you can across any path. This is just a number. And numbers are not going to get value anywhere. You can hold degrees with high percentage. But if you have no knowledge, you have no proper subject attainment of your the material stuff with you, then you cannot reach anywhere. We can
exactly.
convince the child. Basically, it is all about convincing the child as well as the parents and setting up an example before them. Then this is not going to matter them, because after all, the child is important, the parent is important, the happy and satisfied life of a person is important.
Yes, very right, ma'am. Very right. That is one
And
thing.
ma'am, I
Yes.
think even validating and accepting the child's fears. What is it that the child is so fearful about? Anxiety, I think will always come from some fear that the child has, maybe related to the subject or some other, part of his life. So maybe if you validate that, if you accept that fear, and you, make that certain to the child that it's okay to be fearful of the things, and now let's fight it together. So
Yes.
maybe that will also help.
We
Ma'am,
can ask the child to do more practice on this. Yes, please.
Ma'am, sometimes the child is very self-motivated and wants to just prove themselves to be the best, and the pressure is coming from within them. So in that case, it is very important to manage their own expectations and also expose them to settings where they are giving probably little more test-oriented behaviors, and kind of guiding them on how to give the test rather than just making them sit for the exams directly. So using probably periodic tests as a way to screen how they are handling the pressure.
Exactly, ma'am. You are very right. So there are number of ways. Further, you can go further also. You can explore the, strengths of the child. Maybe that the child is very good at sports, or maybe that the child is very good in arts and craft, or maybe that the child is very good in discipline. So we can explore those areas and convince the parents, counsel the parents as well as the child, and then child should be given more exposure to the test and the strategies of the tests, I suppose. Anyone else having a different answer, please come up. Yes, please. No? Madam has very rightly said, most of the times nowadays the pressure is from within. Even if the parents are not saying anything, the child is taking the pressure. And giving no pressure also is very, very wrong. Nowadays the children have become so sensitive. If you do not say anything, they will say आप तो मुझे मोटिवेट ही नहीं करते हो, और अगर आप कुछ कह दो तो वो कहते हैं आप हमारे ऊपर प्रेशर बना रहे हो. So parents have to be very, very careful and concerned about these things. Again, I remember a case where, a very small case is there where the child, uh, जबरदस्ती उसको साइंस दिलवा दिया, कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट भी भेज दिया, and then the child was not able to cope up, and the child stopped going to anywhere else. And parents were so good, so considerate, that they used to say कोई बात नहीं, तू कर लेना. So we had to take the help of a counselor, psychiatrist in fact. So when we sent, so I said कि सर इसमें तो पेरेंट्स का कोई प्रेशर ही नहीं था. So he had a hearty laugh and he said कि मैडम क्या बात कर रहे हो, पेरेंट्स ने क्या कहा, बेटा वो वैसे तो तुम्हारे मामा के लड़के ने ये कर लिया, पर तुम नहीं भी कर सकते तो कोई बात नहीं, उसने तो ये कर लिया, पर तुम नहीं भी कर सकते तो कोई बात नहीं. So the child is having another kind of pressure. parent is trying to release the pressure, but the child is taking the pressure. किसका मतलब मेरे parents मुझे इतने नालायक और निकम्मा समझते हैं कि वो ये सोचते हैं कि मैं कर ही नहीं सकता. So nowadays parents have to be very, very careful while dealing with the children. Parenting is more challenging nowadays. हम सब ये आपस में भी बात करते ही हैं कि हमारे टाइम पर तो ऐसा नहीं होता था, हमारे टाइम पर तो बच्चा जवाब नहीं देता था, हमारे टाइम पर तो जो हमें कहा हमने कर लिया, and all that. But friends, believe me, really it has become very challenging task nowadays. Now we will take another case study. Daniel, a middle school student, appears withdrawn and isolated from his peers. Upon further investigation, you discover that he is a victim of bullying and is struggling with feelings of loneliness and low self-esteem. As a teacher counselor, how can you address Daniel's social isolation and help him cope with bullying? Now this is
Yes,
open for
ma'am.
you again. Yes.
May I speak?
Yes, yes, please.
As a teacher counselor, we have to talk to Daniel. We have to have a private conversation with Daniel to understand his feelings and experiences. Let him know that we are there for supporting him. We should involve parents as well as school staff for it. We should encourage positive social interactions, like we'll help Daniel build positive relationships with the peers by encouraging him to participate in group activities or join a club or a team. We
Okay.
should teach Daniel coping skills, like we can teach him like deep breathing, positive self-talk, and problem solving to him, manage his emotions and respond to bullying in a healthy way. We should address the bullying behavior also. We should talk to the bully and their parents. We should implement disciplinary measures and provide education on the harmful effects of bullying. So that things we
Okay.
can do in this case.
Yeah, because bullying is not only harmful for the child who is being bullied, it is equally harmful for the child who is doing this. So
We have to
so
talk to
many.
their parents and him also, and
Yes.
make him understand that what is the things that is going to affect his life also and the others also. We should educate him that what are the effects of bullying on the other students as well as him also.
Okay. So that means we will be talking to the parents. One, we will be talking to the child who is bullying and the child who is being bullied, right? Am I correct? I'm trying to summarize
Yes,
whatever
ma'am.
you said.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes. And I think we should find out the reason of bullying also. Why, after all? This is very, very
Absolutely.
important. At this age, basically when it is adolescence age, even in the primary section also, you will find some of the children like who have this habit of bullying, and there are others who become so docile in this process. So the bullying can be due to some odd comments also, and this bullying can be cyber bullying as well, like maybe when the person is playing some games on the net or so. So there are odd remarks which come there and the child gets bullied. So who is the person behind it? Whether it is the person or it is the cyber, whatever is the source, internet, cyber, then we have to find out the cause and then the culprits who are doing it, and then we have to resolve the issues. And friends, one thing which I should remind you is, we are teachers, we are not counselors, we are not trained and professional counselors. So what are we? We are merely the first aid givers. We are the ones who feel, okay, this is the situation which is very simple and I can handle it, I can do it. बट जैसे छोटी सी चोट लगी, बच्चा आया, आपने फर्स्ट एड दिया, खत्म हो गया. बट जहां आपको लगे कि केस इंटेंस है, जहां आपको लगे इंजरी ज्यादा है, जहां आपको लगे इट इज बियॉन्ड मी, please refer it to the professional counselors. There, sometimes if we handle in our own way, it may be rather more harmful. So we have to see the intensity of the problem, right? And with that intensity, if I feel that I'm not able to, like the situation which I told you, where the child stopped going to school, he stopped the doors for his father. So there I knew we cannot help it. The child needs a proper counselor. Or even sometimes the child is into depression, the child might need medication also. So in such cases, we should refer the case to the professional counselors, to the trained counselors, to the psychiatrists, and then we can take the follow up, we can make a connect with the child. Yes? Okay, anyone else who wants to say something about it? About this case particularly, Daniel's case?
Ma'am, we can also try and find out why it is this child only.
Okay, correct. Why this child only? Sometimes, nowadays this is also happening that adolescence age particularly, I'm telling you that some of the girls start uh, blackmailing the boys in one form or another form. Then also this case happens that the child, it happened, it really happened where the girl used to blackmail the boy also. We are more concerned about the girls most of the times, but boys are also sometimes victims of these things. So first we have to find out the reason, then why this child only, then our interventions, to what extent we can intervene. If it is a case of uh, cyber crime, then we can refer it to our computer teacher to take it up over there, or the counselor as well, to our school guidance team, where they will involve the parents as well. Yes, anyone else? And social isolation also. So we have to find out who were his friends and why they left him like that, right? Anyone else having any other solution to this?
Madam, we can engage him in the different types of activities, co-curricular activities he is participating or not. So we
Yes.
will, and with the sports teacher, PI, so that he can play and mix up with the other friends and other students also.
Yes, very right. So this is how we can help the children
Yes.
as a counselor. So thank you very much from my side.
Thank
Now,
you.
in case you have any questions, please, uh, this is open for you now.
Ma'am, you have very effectively explained the role of teacher as a counselor.
Yes.
So here I think teachers, everything is clear to them. That is why they are not asking questions to you.
Okay. Anyone having any doubt, any question, please, or you want to share something? Maybe somebody wants to share some. Maybe somebody wants to share his or her experience.
Ma'am, excuse me,
Yes.
ma'am. I have one question. I don't
Yes.
have a actually in Kota, the engineering institutes which are coaching to the students. Why so many of them are committing suicide, and why the counselors are not able to handle those? And every year we see that the number is increasing day by day.
Yeah, that is a matter of concern. Basically, being a career counselor, now every day I'm getting the cases with me also. Basically it is the parental pressure.
Yes,
Okay,
expectation.
the child is creative, the child is artistic, the child wants to go for humanities. Father says, नहीं अब भी तो 2 साल तू साइंस पढ़ ले. क्यों? क्योंकि तेरे लिए सारे फील्ड ओपन हो जाएंगे. Okay, अच्छा तो कोशिश तो कर ले, तो इसकी कोचिंग तो ले ले, कहीं ना कहीं तो तेरा हो ही जाएगा. So this is the kind of pressure the parents are putting on the child without seeing their interest, without seeing their personality, and that is how the child is being, you know, under a lot of pressure. And then, you know, the thing is, when parents spend so much of amount on the coaching, he keeps reminding the child. I remember one of the cases, it happened in Ambala. Father took a loan of, I think, 10-15 odd lakh rupees for providing the coaching and all that. And then every day he used to tell the child, देख तेरे को पढ़ाने के लिए मैंने इतना लोन लिया, देख तेरे को पढ़ाने के लिए मैंने इतना लोन लिया. अब वो बच्चे के ऊपर इतना हो गया कि he committed suicide and he wrote a letter कि लो अब आपका सारा लोन खत्म हो गया. Can you imagine?
Yes.
Recently, I had a case. The girl was given sciences by compulsion by the parent because father is a physics professor. I'm talking about those cases where the parents are highly educated. The father is a professor and he gave him he told the child to go for sciences. 2 साल उसने साइंस पढ़ा, फिर उसको जबरदस्ती कनाडा भेज दिया आफ्टर टेकिंग अ लोन ऑफ 40 लाख रुपीस. एंड सीएस करो, सीएस करो. बच्चे का वो इंटरेस्ट नहीं था, पर्सनालिटी नहीं थी. आफ्टर 6 months the child is back. Now the child is under depression. So the thing is, it is basically the society which thinks कि भाई engineering medical के अलावा कुछ है ही नहीं, and there comes the role of career counselor. So in the schools also, the teachers should, you know, have these informations about the child and try to convince the parent. You know, when I was a teacher, I also used to say, अच्छा ठीक है, टीचर्स को मैंने आज भी देखा है, तेरे 90% नंबर आए हैं, तू तो साइंस ही ले ले, तू कहाँ कॉमर्स में जा रहा है, तू कहाँ ह्यूमैनिटीज में जा रहा है. ह्यूमैनिटीज मीन्स यू आर not bright, you are not good in academics. So these are the basic reasons. So more and more awareness to the parents, more and more awareness to the teachers is going to help the students. That is the only way out.
Yes.
I'm so
Thank
happy
you.
that you raised this question.
Thank you, ma'am. All the children are not that strong, ma'am, that they take their decisions. That is the reason. I'll tell you here one example of my daughter. She scored very well in 10th standard, and then she said, I want to take humanities. And she took humanities. She's studying humanities. Psychology is also one of the subjects. So, and everybody till date, every day it happens, अरे इसको साइंस नहीं दिलाया, ये तो इतनी होशियार है. You know, this is what happens. As you said,
Exactly,
even in
exactly.
educated families, such things happen. So early intervention can solve many grave problems. The conclusion of the whole is that, and that is why teachers are so important
Yeah,
in a
teachers are so
student's life.
important. But you know, you won't believe me when when I was a teacher. I'm talking about that time also. So first thing is the school is the culprit. Okay, 90% आए साइंस पढ़ो, अलॉटमेंट कर दी जाती है. अच्छा 60% आया कॉमर्स पढ़ो, 45% आया ह्यूमैनिटीज पढ़ो. ये यहाँ से हमारा कैटेगराइजेशन शुरू हो जाता है. देन कम्स द रोल ऑफ द आई मीन टीचर कि अच्छा इतना आया फिर भी ह्यूमैनिटीज ले रही हो, एज यू आर टेलिंग, वो स्टिग्मा बच्चे के ऊपर लग जाता है. So we have to empower our child,
Yes.
right? That whatever decision you have taken, you own the responsibility. And that is why when this is the stage of class 10th, the child should be given the opportunity to discuss various options and then let the child take the decision. Not you, not me. Nowadays, children are very bright, very brilliant. They have exposure also. And if they don't have, our duty is to provide them that exposure. Our duty is to facilitate them to take the decision. Our duty is to tell them, okay, galat ho bhi gaya, we are with you. Okay, galat ho gaya, koi baat nahi. There is always another chance. Take a U-turn. जीपीएस आज हमें क्या सिखाता है? हम गाड़ी में बैठते हैं, जीपीएस ऑन करता है, हम गलत रोड पे चले जाते हैं, वो हमें रीरूट कर देता है। वो हमें हमारे ऊपर चिल्लाता नहीं है, वो हमें कुछ नहीं कहता है कि भाई ये क्या कर दिया तुमने, कौन सी सड़क पे मोड़ लिया, मैंने तो ये डायरेक्शन दिखाई थी। Nobody says. So we have to learn these things from the system which is updated nowadays. So we have to be like GPS for our parents without shouting, without arguing. We have to show them the path. We have to give them the right to err also. गलती भी होती है, होने दीजिए, गलती करने दीजिए। बच्चा जब 4 बार गिरता है तभी चलना सीखता है। बच्चा जब 4 बार साइकिल से गिरता है तभी उसकी मास्टरी होती है। सो बच्चे को गलती करने का राइट दीजिए, उस गलती पे उसके साथ बैठिए, उसके साथ चर्चा कीजिए, उसके साथ बातचीत कीजिए, बट डोंट शाउट। क्योंकि जब हम शाउट करते हैं तो इसका मतलब ये होता है कि हमारी बात में लॉजिक खत्म हो चुका है। मोमेंट वी रेज आवर वॉल्यूम, दैट मीन्स हम तुमको अपने लॉजिक से कन्विंस नहीं कर रहे हैं, इसलिए हम अपनी वॉल्यूम हाई कर रहे हैं। जब वॉल्यूम हाई करके भी काम नहीं चलता तो हम उसको थप्पड़ भी लगा देते हैं। सो ये जब पहला थप्पड़ बच्चे को लगता है तो आप सोच सकते हैं उसका इफेक्ट क्या होगा। वो हमारी हार की निशानी है। हम हार गए बातचीत में, लॉजिक में, कन्विंसिंग में, तो हमने क्या किया, हमने अपनी पावर इस्तेमाल कर दी कि भाई तुम कमजोर हो, मैं ताकतवर हूं, मैं बड़ा हूं, तो मैं इस तरीके से तुमको कंट्रोल करूंगा। सो वी डोंट हैव टू डू लाइक दैट, राइट?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
We have to think out of the box sometimes to help the child. You know, in one of the cases, our child met with an accident. She didn't come to the school for the whole year. एक साल उसका खराब हो गया. She was in the hospital. Next year when she came, she was in a very bad health conditions. So she was not able to sit in the class also. But when I called the parents, so parents said कि she wants to give exams. It was board exam. I said okay, she will give exams. क्या होगा हाथ से, देख बच्चा फेल हो जाएगा, does not matter. But her self confidence is at the top. Hats off to my teachers. I called my teachers. मैंने कहा देखो वो नहीं आ सकती, उसको प्रॉब्लम है, हेल्थ इश्यूज है, बट वी डोंट हैव, वी कैन गो टू हर हाउस। सो मेरे टीचर्स ने एग्री किया। 2-2 घंटे मेरा एक एक टीचर उसके घर जाता, वो बच्ची बैठती, मेरे टीचर पढ़ाते। See the role teachers have played at that time. And that girl appeared for the board exams. She passed her 12th very gracefully. She did BSc. Now she is working with PGI and doing research. Just imagine, अगर वो टीचर उस टाइम कह देते कि मैडम ये तो फेल होने वाला बच्चा है, हमारा रिजल्ट खराब करेगा, हम हमारा रिजल्ट क्यों खराब हो, आपको तो पता है ये तो स्कूल आती ही नहीं है, या हम क्यों जाएं। So sometimes you have to think out of box and help the child, and this help is recognized by you everywhere in this, by the society everywhere, and the kind of satisfaction you get is beyond anything, beyond anything. So this is how the teacher can help as a counselor, the teacher can help as a mother, the teacher can help as a teacher. You are everything for the child, everything. जहाँ parent भी fail हो जाता है, वहाँ teacher खड़ा होता है. This is what your role is.
Yes.
So thank you so much for all
Thank
of you for being so
Thank you
patient.
so much, ma'am. Very inspiring and very informative session, ma'am. It completely changed my outlook towards seeing students now. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
I would request AK Sharma, sir. Sir, are you there? it has been observed that there are some teachers who join towards the end. So we are sharing the attendance link now.
Ma'am, the attendance link is not accepting the response. Maybe I just saw.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes,
It is
it's not
saying the same
accepting.
thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
It's
ma'am,
not
it's not
accepting.
accepting.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, ma'am, it's not accepting, ma'am.
Ma'am, it's not accepting.
No problem if it is not accepting. We'll see that later. Swapna Show, ma'am, is there with us. So once again, we have ma'am Swapna Show, Principal Bhavan Tripura Vidya Mandir, Tripura. I don't think there is any need to introduce ma'am again. All the participants know ma'am very well. I welcome you, ma'am. Please begin the session on lesson plan, feedback, and evaluation.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you
very much, ma'am. I'm going
to-
Dipali, ma'am. And even I have attended the wonderful session done by Chawla, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was really a very wonderful session, and so many queries which we're having inside us, you have sorted out, and you have very rightly said that actually first we need to handle the children, and then only we will be able to do our job of teaching and learning process. The first thing is that we need to bring the children back to the classroom. We have to create the atmosphere, and unless and until we understand the mental ability or stability of the children, then we cannot simply come and teach and go. Then we will be only doing our job. We'll not be able to complete the teaching learning process. So my topic is very well linked. Like now, if you have understood that how to deal with the mental ability of the children, now you have to come back to the academic. So lesson plan, my topic is specifically on lesson plan. So, you know, I was, when madam was telling that when we tell the children that तेरे marks अच्छे नहीं आए तो तू humanities ले ले, and humanities ले ले मतलब you are the third category of the student, and those who take humanities. So this I'm facing this kind of children from last 20 years, because I'm a geography teacher, and geography is one of the humanities subject. So when I was in Bhavans, and when we have started our class 11 and 12 in 2004, and I used to be the class teacher of class 11 for many years. And as soon as I entered the class 11, after the class 10 result is declared and they have taken admission in class 11, when you will go to class 11 arts specifically, you will find all the students with gloomy face, and some of the children, those who are from your own school, they are hiding their faces as if they have done some crime, that they are sitting in this class as if madam is just going to tell them जे इतना बोलते थे पढ़ो पढ़ो पढ़ो, पढ़े नहीं, अभी इस क्लास में बैठो. So this kind of student we have faced, and we are every time we are facing, and the scenario has not changed. Though we have taken a lot of steps, like not only in our school, I'm telling about the complete everywhere. So a lot of steps have been taken, and maybe exceptional cases are of course always there. Some of the children, they intentionally, they are having some other kind of other kind of future thinking, so they want to go for law, or they want to do their CA or any other thing, so they come up with they go for humanities, even if they
do a brilliant result. But we are here discussing about the general situation, that out of 50 students sitting in the humanity class in any one section, we find that 41 and 42 are only like that, those who were forced inside the class. They were not having the intention, and they were having lot of pressure, and for many days they don't want to come to the school because it takes a lot of time for them to come to that classroom and adjust. Maybe with time and situation, with the help of the teachers, they come and they adjust. But this is the first day, and for many days this kind of situation takes place. So this is also a very much important part of the session which I'm going to take, because unless and until, as I said, your children are inside, they're mentally prepared to do your class, you will not be able to take the class properly. You will be able to take the class properly, but you will not be able to complete the teaching learning process. You'll not be able to achieve the goal with which you have entered the class. For that reason, when we will plan for our sessions, our classes, we have to keep in mind this point also very, very much, that when I have entered the class, who is sitting in front of me? So before I start my today's presentation, I hope that you all are having your own kind of planning. Before you go for the lesson plan, you must understand that what is the planning. We plan every time for every minute. We were having various kinds of planning. We've got a short-term planning. We've got a long-term planning. We've got a plan for our life. We've planned for the day. We've got a plan for the month, and without which it is not possible for us to lead a proper life. Otherwise, there will be always a chaos. Always we will find, if we are not planning, you have suddenly entered a class, then what if you don't know what you are going to do? You will be confused. If you are not having a plan for your own career or future, so there also, if you have not planned, then you will be confused that what I am going to do in the very next moment, what I am going to do. So that is the reason that we need to plan, like we plan our life, we plan our career, we plan the future of our children, we plan for the family, we are having a planning for the kitchen even, that what we are tomorrow I have to go to school, and what I will be doing early in the morning, what I will cook, what I will keep, what I will take, how I will go to the school, whether I will reach in time or not. So a day before we plan everything. So in the same way, we need to plan but before we enter any class. So that lesson, since we are teachers, actually these days we are not teachers, as I always say, we are facilitators. Children, they know much, they are much. When you will enter a class, you will find that they are having a lot of previous knowledge. And then out of that, what you are going to teach. Because if you will simply tell them that this is where you see what is a cloud. Suppose you are teaching a geography chapter, and if you will just simply tell them what is a cloud. So they are having a pre-knowledge about it. They know it very well. Now, whenever if we start our session in the month of April, and we know that the parents, they start searching old books from the month of January only. And as soon as their exam is over in the month of March, the parents, they start giving them the new class academic books and tell them that pad le, sare homeworks kar le, sare question answers likh le. And so they may not be having the concrete knowledge, but they are having a rough knowledge that what is there in my next class. Now at this situation, they have to, because we are teaching, we have to keep in our mind that we are teaching the 21st century kids. And they are very much well developed and well enhanced with the 21st century skill. So these kids are much advanced and they are having so many things in their hand, so many kinds of gadgets in their hand. Even the parents are coming up with like the schools in which we teach, the private schools in which we teach, we know that the children are coming from all well-to-do families. जब वो class 3, 4, 7, 8 में चले जाते हैं, so they were the parents have are giving them Byju's coaching, An Academy, this academy, that academy, IIT books, and all these things. So they were already their mind is full. Now at this situation, what as a teacher you will do? You cannot simply go and you cannot simply think that इनको तो सब पता है क्या पढ़ाना है. नहीं, इनको पता है, लेकिन इनको सही तरीके से नहीं पता. So what as a teacher we need to do is that, as madam has said, that what GPS is doing, that they क्या कर रहे हैं? The track, they are redirecting it, isn't it? That means they are in a track, they may be having a knowledge, but they're not having the right way to gain the knowledge. And there is no replacement for classroom teaching. There is no replacement. We have seen that the 2 years of online teaching, and we have found that we cannot replace the classrooms with the gadgets. But till now, there are many of the parents and students, they think that everything is available in YouTube, everything is available in online classes. They purchase with huge amount of money and they make their children sit in front of the laptop and tab and all these things. But what about the one-to-one communication? Online is a only one-sided lecture. And one-sided lecture, if the child is not able to, if he is having any queries in his mind, then how he will, find out the answers of his queries? How he will do that? That the atmosphere which is there inside the classroom, peers. That is peer teaching in NEP. That is also one of the very important aspect nowadays. The peers, that means with the friends, mixing with the friends, exposing their talent, getting mixed up with everyone. Otherwise, you see that just now one of our teacher have suggested that that if the child is feeling isolated, then we can talk with the physical instructor and music teachers so that he can go to the field, participate in various kinds of activities, because the psychological depression usually comes if the child is isolated. So if we will make our children sit in the isolated room and giving them the laptop and tell them that you do the online classes, do you think that it will be a justice towards the children? No. We are then making them something else. We have to always remember that we are dealing with human. We are not dealing with the machines. And here we teachers, we are not only supposed to provide them academic knowledge, but along with them, we teachers, we are supposed to make them a good human being. Like in my previous session, I said that we are Bhavanites, we are different. We are the disciple of Kulapati K.M. Munshi. We are the bearer of the tradition and culture of our country, and we have to give the same to the children. So whatever we plan, whatever kind of maybe your lesson is in is physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, English, or any of the very, very important subjects, but don't ever forget to put values inside it. Don't ever forget to put art inside it. Don't ever forget to, put our culture inside it. So, my dear teachers, I will I'll try to make you all understand. You all know that lesson plan is nothing. Just share the screen. Lesson planning is nothing new. We are doing it. I have done my B.Ed in 1996. Then also lesson plans we have done, but now maybe the ways, thinking, and the methods, there are a little bit of changes. So most of you, you know it very well about the lesson plan, importance, that why we should do the lesson plan. Is it visible?
No, ma'am.
Just give me a minute. Now is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I'll be thank you. So as I was telling, that we need to plan. First, we need to understand what is a planning. See, planning is the process of thinking about the activity required to achieve a desired goal. And we teacher, we know that what is our desired goal? To complete the teaching learning process with which we have entered the class. It is the first and the foremost activity to achieve desired result, because unless you have planned, you will not be able to get the desired result. It involves the creation and maintenance of a plan, such as psychological aspect that requires conceptual skills. There are even a couple of tests to measure someone's capability of planning well. It is a fundamental property of intelligent behavior. This is the bookish definition of planning. And we all know about the planning because we are planning that what we are going to do in the evening. And if I want to make my day a successful one, definitely we plan a day ahead. And if we want to, make my career a successful one, there also we plan. So in the same way, we teachers, we need to plan for all the aspects that we are going to do in our teaching learning process. Now, when you will plan, few of the things that you must keep in your mind. Your planning, it should be goal oriented, that actually what you want to do. Nowadays, there was a time when we used to fix the learning objectives. Now, the things are changing. Now, you have to think about the learning outcome. First, you will start with the learning outcome, and then you will take a lesson, and then you will proceed towards the learning objective. I will give you a very simple example that how you can do it in a cyclic way. Now, suppose you can bake a cake. So you will bake it. Now, once you have baked the cake, what you have found there? You found that you have burnt it. You have burnt it. Now, when you have burnt it, now what you will do? You will go back. That what is the reason? Again, you will recapitulate. You will try to find out that what is the reason that I have burnt the cake. There, when you have gone back, you have assessed the steps. Then you found that there was some problem in the temperature management. You could not manage the temperature properly, so you have burnt it. Now, what you will do is that you will again, rectify yourself, and then you will bake it again. Now, what you have found is that you have baked the cake nicely. Now, the knowledge which you have got. So, what was your goal? To bake the cake in a nice way. Now, the knowledge by baking of the cake, you have learned the knowledge of baking. Now, with that knowledge, what you will do, that you will go to further. With that knowledge, you can now make the cookies, you can bake bread, or you can do some other activities. So how you are able to complete the process? Because you have planned for it, that I will do it in this way. You have decided the steps in which you will proceed, and then you have proceeded, and in that way you have completed the complete processing and you are successful. Then preserve, that means you should be the thing should be spread out very widely. Means what plan you are doing, that should be equally spread out to all the aspects. Then there should be continuous activities. Suppose you have planned and there was a one-sided way in which you are taking the lesson. Now in that, what will happen? You will find that after the half of the class you have done, you will find that many of the students are not interested. Now, what is the reason that why they are not interested? Because you have not involved them in your process. So their involvement is very, very important. Otherwise, you will find that you have done your job, but the goal you could not achieve. Because what you want to give, we teachers, we want to give our knowledge to the children. Whatever I know, I want to give it to them. Now, how you will know that they have achieved the knowledge? So you need to keep them involved in the complete processing. Then you have to be very intelligent when you are planning for the lesson. You even have to add some additional requirements, additional things, like we add salt in an omelette, pepper, salt, and to make it more tastier. So in the same way, when you will take a lesson, you will also teach a lesson, another teacher will also teach a lesson. But sometimes you will find that the students are more interested in a specific teacher and they are not interested in a specific teacher. Now, what is the reason? Because that teacher might have added a lot of interesting thing while teaching the lesson. And another teacher has simply taught the lesson, whatever is there in the book. So we know that our children they come to the class with preoccupied mind. Preoccupied mind means when they will enter the class, अभी ये class हमें करना है, इसका पता नहीं जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा. Then in the recess, I will go to the canteen. I will eat this. As soon as I'll go back to home, I will watch this movie. As soon as I will reach my room, I will go and grab my mobile. पता नहीं किसका किसका WhatsApp में messages आ रखे होंगे. So many things they are having in the mind. So that is why that we need to continuously keep them involved in the process. Otherwise, you will find that they are out of the track. And when they are going out of the track, you will also not understand. Futuristic means your planning must have, as I said, we have started with the goal oriented. That means in the future also the knowledge which they are going to achieve after the completion of your class, they must be able to add it in their real life situation. Decision making, managerial function, these also you have to keep in your mind. Now let us come that what is a lesson plan and how you will plan it. A lesson plan, as we know, that it is a teacher's detailed description of the course of instruction or learning trajectory. So a lesson plan is a teacher's guide, learning trajectory, that means the course of the lesson. Teacher's guide for running a particular lesson, and it includes the goals. Now, what are the goals? Usually we include what the students are supposed to learn. When you will write the lesson plan, these are the 3 things that you have to keep in your mind, that what the students are supposed to learn, how the goal will be reached, or the method and procedure. If you have decided a topic, that this topic I will teach the student, then you have to find out the method also, that in what method or procedure I will teach this topic so that it will be easily understood to the children, or my complete process will be successful. Because the process method which you will use to teach one topic, suppose I am a geography teacher, the method which I will use to teach the monsoon, the same method I will not use to teach population. Because these are the two different kinds of topics, and I have to decide that what method and procedure I will use for this specific topic. And a way of measuring how well the goal was reached. This is very, very important. A well-developed lesson plan reflects the interest and need of the student. So it incorporates best practices for the education field. And you believe me, if you have written your lesson plan by keeping all these things in the mind, you will find that 70% of your teaching process is done. Because if you are well planned, you will be confident. If you are confident, then your complete processing will be, your complete teaching learning process will be a very, very successful one. Now, what are some of the components that you will keep in your mind? First is that you have to keep an objective. Then materials, what are the materials, audiovisual material or textbook or any of the teaching aid that you want, so that that you have to keep in your mind. Then very important is the background knowledge. So if I'm going to teach monsoon in the class, then I must know that whether the children will be able to understand it, whether they are having the previous knowledge of temperature difference, whether they know about air pressure, whether they are having the knowledge about the environment and the physical features of India. Otherwise, if they are not having this knowledge, then they'll not be able to understand monsoon. So this also you have to keep in your mind, that whether they are having the what previous knowledge they are having. Then some direct instructions. Direct instructions, like it includes the portion of the lesson, like what you are going to teach, because when we plan, when we start a chapter, the complete chapter, we cannot finish in one class. Now, with the content of the chapter, we divide it into the number of periods, and then we plan for each period. So there you have to see that then also you have to give I think most of you are very much you are having a good experienced teacher, and those who are newly joined, you are also quite educated, and you have completed your B.Ed and all kinds of professional training, where you have also learned about lesson plan. So here specific, that when we big chapters, we subdivide it into number of periods, and then when in that particular topic, what kind of skill the child is going to develop, that is very important. So before you start it, you have to think about the kind of skill that the child is going to learn after teaching this specific topic. Then in a planning, these are 4 of the things that is very much important. That is who I am teaching, who is there in front of me. That will decide the level of your teaching, because whether you are teaching pre-primary children, whether you are teaching primary children, or the children at the higher secondary level or +2 level, what children you are teaching, that will reflect, that should be reflected in your planning. Then what I am teaching, whom I am teaching, then what I am teaching, what is my topic, then how will I teach it. That is also very important, that how you will teach it. As I have said, that the method you have to decide by your topic, and do my student understand. Because if you are going to the class for the first time, you might not be having much knowledge of the children, but if you are teaching them for many years, you will be having a previous knowledge about the level of the students. So that will also help you, that you have to keep in, you have to think, and that will help you to decide that in what way I'm going to teach the children. Now you see that advantages. Now, what is the advantages of having a lesson plan? We know that it helps evaluate a lesson. It adds confidence. Definitely, it will add confidence, because if I'm not prepared and 50 pairs of eyes are looking at me, then I will lose my confidence. But if I am prepared, then 50 pairs or 100 pairs of eyes are looking at me, I will remain confident, because I know that what I'm going to do, and I know that I can counter any kind of queries that will be coming from my children. Many of the time we observe that teachers, most of the time, when any child is asking any question, they become nervous, they become confused. And you believe me, our children are the best judge. And nowadays they're so smart that they know everything, and by your gesture and posture, they will assess your confidence level, and they will understand that, whether how much successful you are going to be in the class now. So accordingly, they will be disturbing you, or they will be very much focused in your class. So it's you who will decide it. Then stimulate students' interest, because you know that when you plan, you will go step by step, you will not be confused, and the student will be interested, and they will have a query always in their mind, that what next. And the teacher who teaches the class with a query in the eyes of the student, they are successful. Allows visualization. That means when you will teach them, they will go on visualizing. It's not always that you need to take them outside. Sometime, if you are not having that resources, that you will go and take to explain about the various kinds of cloud, you need not have to take them to the field always. If it is not possible, the kind of explanation which you will give in a very much interesting way, the children will go on visualizing it. Then give scope for improvement. If you have planned it in a proper way, suppose, as I have said, that you have baked a cake, but you have burnt it, but then what you can do, that you will go back and you will try to find out what the mistake you have done, and then you will rectify yourself. So that is also another advantage. When you have gone to the class, you found that this method which I have used, I am not satisfied, because by the gesture, posture, explanation, and feedback from the students, that will help you to make understand that whether the children have understood it or not. Then makes the objective clear to the teacher. And if we have made a very well planned lesson plan, then we are clear about our own objective. Then provide guidance to the substitute. This is from administrative point of view, this is very important, because if the lesson plan is ready and the teacher is not present, at least the class will go on successfully. Otherwise, suddenly if we send any of the substitute teacher, so what happens that it is found that the teacher has not taught anything and just gossiped and with the children and told about his own life history and came back. So, but when we teach in a school, there is a time constant. We know that we need to finish, apart from all moralities, apart from all activities, apart from all the sports thing, the most important is that we need to finish the syllabus also in the prescribed duration. So that is the reason that if lesson plan is ready, it is easy for the coordinators, subject coordinators, or the principal, that the syllabus will be complete within time. Now, importance, it is a significant element of the teaching learning system, and it is a step-by-step guide that provides a structure for an essential learning. It helps the teachers in maintaining a standard teaching and does not let the class deviate from the topic. Otherwise, if we are not going in a planned way, then we go on teaching in a haphazard manner. So we start with a monsoon, then we go to the atmospheric pressure, then we go back to the solar system, and we go back and this and that, because we don't know. We don't know that in what systematic way I'm supposed to take the class. So student will lose their interest and your syllabus will not be completed, and the objective with which you have entered the class will not be achieved. So as when we enter a class, we are having an objective, and it will help you all if you have written, as I've said, that if you have written your lesson plan, or if you planned your lesson and you have jotted down nicely the books which has been given to you, the lesson plan books which have been given to you by your institution. So if you have jotted down very nicely, you will be confident, and you will definitely, nobody will be able to point a finger on you. It will help you that your standard of teaching will go high and high, and you will not be able to deviate from the topic. And that is what the students actually want. Sometimes you'll find that there are various kinds of teachers. Some teachers, they will gossip a lot and they will teach less. Some teachers, they will only teach and complete and come back. They have explained the chapter from their side. They are not interested whether the child have understood or not. And they will give question and answers. They will check the copies. So if you will see that everything is perfect, everything is perfect. But when you will go and ask the children, you will find that they have not understood it. They're having everything, notes and everything is there in the copy. So will you be, can you say that is a successful teacher? So are we supposed to do that only?
No, ma'am.
We are supposed to do what? What is your goal? Can any one of you tell me?
To make the student understand the topic, whatever we are going to explain in the class, and also make them for their future to be very lucid about the topic if they are asked for to explain or not.
Not only to explain, very well said, ma'am. Thank you so much. Not only to make them understand about the topic, but how they will be. Now, this is very important at present, that how they will be able to relate it with their real life situation.
Yes. Yes.
See, what had happened during tsunami so many years back? What had happened? That when so many lives were, when we have lost so many people in tsunami in the southern coast of India, we living in Tripura, though I was a geography student, so I know, I have also learned, I know about the topic tsunami, I know about the word tsunami, and I know what it is. But most of the people, they have heard it for the first time. They've heard it for the first time. Because see, now if you have read about it, and if you know about tsunami, your geography teacher has very nicely taught you about tsunami. Now you are in the coastal region. Will you, when big waves will be coming, what you will do? You will go and go near the wave to watch it. And that has happened actually when tsunami came. Many people, they thought that big waves are coming, let us go and see it. Because they were not having any awareness, they don't know about it. Might be they have read it when they were in the lower classes, but they don't know how to relate it in the real life situation. Knowledge we gain, but only gaining a knowledge, that means keeping money in the bank without circulation. So that will not be increased. If you will keep the money in the matka, you have earned a lot of money and you've kept it in the matka or in the boxes and all. So that money will not be helpful to you. We will not only give the knowledge to the students, but we have to even teach them how they will, implement it apply it in their real life situation. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, pre-planning helps the teacher to be better equipped in answering questions asked by the students during the lecture. That I have already said that sometime, what happened that we say that, okay, I will tell you tomorrow. Now, one day, if you will tell the students, that, okay, I will tell you tomorrow, the student will instantly have a judgment about you. He doesn't know anything. She doesn't know anything. Whenever you will ask anything, she will say that, okay, I will tell you tomorrow. So you have to be confident, and otherwise they will not pay any attention in your class. Now, advantages of having a lesson plan before going to the classroom. That why you have made the lesson plan. Inspiration, a thorough lesson plan inspire the teacher to improve the lesson plan further, and you make it a better for the purpose of achieving the lesson plan in a better way. Isn't it? That it inspires. That when you make a lesson plan and you have gone to the class, you found that your class was very successful, you are very satisfied, then what you will do in the next, you will try to make it much better. That will give you continuous inspiration to not only to go to the class, to complete the teaching learning process and to achieve the objective that actually as a teacher you want to achieve. Evaluation. A lesson plan helps the teacher to evaluate his teaching and to compare it with set objectives. This evaluation will help you in achieving the set targets in a better way. Because as I've said, that you are having a target. When you go to the class, you go with a target, you move with a target. And a lesson plan helps the teacher to evaluate his teaching. You yourself can go for the self-evaluation. And you will compare that, yes, the target which I have achieved, after this, the target which I have set, have I achieved it? Self-confidence, definitely it will increase your self-confidence. This lesson plan, lesson plan develops self-confidence in the teacher and make them work towards a definite goal. The goal that you have set, it will definitely take you there and with confidence. Previous knowledge of the student, a teacher can make a proper care by considering the previous knowledge of the student in your class. Because the continuous lesson plan, you have taken a class, you know that what is the knowledge of the student in the class because you know what you have taught. Now, in the next lesson plan, you are having an idea that you have what is the previous knowledge of the student and what further you are going to teach them. Then things will be in an organized manner. Definitely, the things will be in an organized manner. A teacher will be able to finish a particular lesson in a limited time framework. That is, we have to keep in the mind, we are not having unlimited time. We get that 40-45 minutes time. Within that 40-45 minutes, I have to arrange the class. I have to bring back the children back in the class. Bringing back the children means they are mentally ready to listen to you. Then I have to take the lesson. Then I have to do the evaluation. Then I have to do the recapitulation. And then I have to submit a report. So many work you are having, and you know that when you prepare the practical aspect of every school, the practical aspect is that कि lesson कितना भी बड़ा हो, but आपको एक limited time frame में आपको खत्म करना है. कुछ छुट्टियां आपको लेनी है. Sometimes, there are some problems for which the classes are suspended. Sometimes, you are being given extra activities. Okay, so many things you need to do, and then you have to take the class. So you cannot waste a single minute of the 45 minutes which you have got. You cannot waste, because you are having another pressure in your mind is about the completion of the syllabus. So that is also another pressure in your mind. So keeping all this, if your lesson plan is in an organization, are doing it within the limited time frame, and this will help him or her to make the student learn in a better and precise manner. Because sometimes when we are not planned, we go out of the topic. We go on talking and talking and talking. Then we found that we have done a lot of extra talk, but I have deviated totally from my own topic or own subject, my own goal. So that is very important. You have to keep in your mind. That is the reason that you must have a well-organized lesson plan in your hand. Then ask a question. A teacher will be able to ask proper and important question to the students in the classroom. Because when you have planned, you have written it, you have jotted it down, you know, you have studied the chapter beforehand, and then you have made the question very nicely. So when you will ask the question also, you will ask the right and the important questions only. And this will engage the student in communication and help them in retaining the lesson. And that will be, the students will be also very, very satisfied. Guidance, a lesson plan works as a guide for the teacher in the classroom. It tells you what to teach so that you can cover the entire lesson within a limited time frame, as I have said. It will give you proper guidance. It will not allow you to deviate from the class, and it will continuously tell you that you have to finish this specific topic today before you end your class. Otherwise, when we are not in a planned way, then we, as I've said, that we have talked so much, bell rang, and my syllabus remain incomplete. And coordinators, subject coordinators, principals, everybody is asking that why you could not complete the syllabus. That pressure is always there. So your lesson plan is your guide. Interest, a lesson plan creates the interest in the student in the lesson and makes them learn with curiosity in the subject matter. Otherwise, the students will not show their interest. They have to, in the beginning when I was saying that when I entered class 11, so they were having a gloomy face. They think that they are the most neglected people, students in this whole school, in the whole world. That is the reason they are teaching, they need to sit in the humanity class, they need to geography. Otherwise today they could be in science class reading physics. There, how you will create the interest? You have to work a lot on it. How you will create the interest, how you will make them understand. I'm doing it from last so many years, making the children understand geography is the most important subject in this world. If you are reading geography, you think that you consider that you are having a complete knowledge. So this kind of motivation and interest we have to develop among the children. Stimulation, lesson plan stimulates the teacher to think in an organized way. This helps you to match the ideal standard of teaching more quickly than ever. Lesson plan and understand the objectives. Through a lesson plan, a teacher is able to understand the objective of the lesson plan properly and make his student understand them too with ease. Because the objective which I want to achieve, my children should know it. That with what objective I have entered the class. The children should know it. Otherwise, without their participation, proper participation, your teaching learning process will be incomplete. Now, how do we plan? How do we plan? We develop a ref layout, first thing, for the whole year and decide the time taken. That you have got this science book or geography book to teach. So many chapters are there. and we make a syllabus, PA1, term 1, PA2, term 2. So then we go on counting the number of working days, that these are the number of working days and these are the number of periods I'm going to get. Then you have to see the planning that I'm having class Monday to Friday, but in this Monday to Friday, I found that 2-3 Wednesdays, the school is closed. So accordingly, I have to find out the number of periods, number of time, number of days I'm going to get and divide my lesson in that way. We can develop a detailed planning of the separate unit, wherein the number of lessons of each segment along with the method or approach to deal with them may be worked out. Then we may go into details of activities pertaining to each lesson. What are the activities that we are going to do in it? Because when sometime we find that the activities will help to complete the work in a much effective way, because you may be go on doing and blah blah blah, you are going explaining. So 1 hour of explanation, then one activity is more helpful. Your 1 hour of explanation is not required. If you have planned for a very interesting activity, you will find that you are achieving more success. For the planning of the teaching, it also involves the process of making decisions. Who, how, and what to teach, which may range from one lesson to the whole curriculum for the year. Whom you are teaching, how you will be teaching, and what. When you have got the book of geography, we know that you have to teach regional geography of India. So you are having a long-term planning that in this class, I will be teaching them in details about India, all the aspects. Then chapters were there, location, then physical features, then population, then resources. So likewise, the whole book is divided into number of chapters. Then along with the plan, that means you are having the objective that at the end of the year, what the student is going to learn. At the end of the PA1, what the student is going to achieve. In my everyday period, at the end of the period, what the student and I'm going to achieve. How I have enhanced my knowledge and what I have done to enhance the knowledge of my children. Then functions. Functions, it provides guideline to both teacher and the student. And as I've said, that it provides guideline to both. And lesson plan aligns classroom instruction with curriculum goals and objectives. And lesson plans serve as a checklist that guide teacher to be systematic in the delivery of their lesson. If you are not having a planning in your hand, you will not be systematic. You will be jumping and you don't know that what actually you want to achieve. Provide a logical sequencing and pacing of the lesson. Otherwise, either you will be in a too hurry or you are very slow. So you cannot jump also. You cannot be slow also. You need to keep up a proper pace between the lessons, between in the stages of your explanation. Because you need to keep in your mind the child who is not scoring even pass marks. So you are having that goal also. I have to upgrade the child. I have to, not only with, I will not only proceed with the remedial measures, even I have to take the enrichment measures. The children, those who are having good knowledge, I need to brush them up, make them better. So all these things I have to keep in my mind. Minimizing the chances of omitting some vital points of information. Sometime after the end of the class, if you're not having the lesson plan in your hand, you will find that you will think, "Arey, ek important point chhoot gaya." So what you will do, you will try to tell it in the next class. So that will be a wastage of time. But if you are having a well organized, well written, well developed lesson plan, then there will be very less chance that you are omitting any of the vital points. Lesson plan prevents the over reliance on the textbook. Otherwise, usually if we will go take the textbook, read and explain, what will happen? The textbook they are already having in their they are already having, and class 9, 10, 11 or what, any class students, they have already read the textbook. So if you will go on reading the textbook, they will not show much interest. Why they will not show much interest? They will say ye to hai hi kitab mein. Textbook is a teaching aid. And when you will develop the lesson plan, you will keep the textbook as a teaching aid only. Like all the teaching aids that you are using, you will keep the textbook also in the same way. That is a kind of teaching aid for you. Then, importance of lesson plan for the learners. So not only for the teachers, but also for the learners. They realize that the teacher cares for their learning. They appreciate their teacher's work as a model or well organized to work to imitate. They attend a structured lesson, easy to assimilate and understand. Otherwise, they will be confused. They will be thinking, abhi to ye bol rahi thi, abhi kuch aur bol rahi hai. Because when we teach, and suppose we are teaching class 8, we think that because, I'm postgraduate, I have PhD, I'm this, I'm that, class 8 ke kya hai? Padha denge. Many of the teachers are having that kind of thinking. Padha denge. Pata laga ek topic पकड़ा और कुछ भी बोले जा रहे हैं ग्रेजुएशन लेवल, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन लेवल का, तो बच्चा तो सोचते रहेगा ये क्या बोल रहे हैं. It will be out of their, they'll not be able to accommodate, assimilate. So who we are teaching, what is their physical age, what is their mental age? If it is nicely thought of, then only you will be able to write a successful lesson plan, and that will make our children, make our learners easy to assimilate and understand. Correlate the present lesson with the previous one. If your lesson plan is written properly, then you will be able to correlate it. Yes, पिछले class में ये पढ़ाया था, अभी इसका continuation में ये पढ़ा रही है. Then it will be, and that knowledge which you will give them, that will be there in their mind for long time. And then only they will be able to, utilize it, implement it in their real life situation. Now, very important is the present way of making lesson plan. Bloom's taxonomy to prepare the lesson plan. A lesson plan and its component explain what you will do to provide instruction to your student for a particular study unit. Specifying the material you will use, the activity you will do, and any assessment that will be made. See, a lesson plan and its component explain you what to do, what you will do to provide instruction to your student in a particular study unit. You have selected a study unit. Now, what instruction you will give to them, and you will specify the material that you will use, or the activities also you will decide, and the assessment also you will decide that after completing this, I will make this kind of assessment.
Excuse me, ma'am.
The lesson plan. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, if you could conclude, because we are already going late. And for the next session also, sir is waiting.
Yes, because you have not given me half an hour, no? You gave me half an hour less. Isn't it?
That's true, ma'am. But still, if you can just.
Okay, I will wind up. If you want that I should wind up or I should stop it?
No, not stop it. Wind up.
Because see, where I've started at around half an hour late.
Yes, ma'am, that's true. But
take your own time, madam. Don't worry. Take your own time. Our guest is waiting. That's why he said.
Okay. Sir. Okay, I'll try to wind up first. The lesson objective is usually located at the beginning of the plan, focuses on the end of the lesson and states what skill you want your students to have learned. Now, in 1950, Benjamin Bloom and a group of cognitive psychologists identified a hierarchy of thinking and learning that has come to be known as Bloom's taxonomy. Now, in the hierarchy, they have kept 6 levels: level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, 5, and 6. Now, in level 1, see, it is the wider one. Remembering. That means recall facts and basic concepts. Second level, now you have recalled facts and the basic concepts. Now in the second level, understanding. That means explain ideas or concept from the facts that he has learned. That means making sense out of information, such as interpreting a graph or describing a process, comparing places, explaining the pros and cons of a site or a location. Now, the facts which you have learned, from that he will be aware. The understanding means he will be able to explain the ideas. Now apply. Third level it comes, that means use information in a new situation or answer question to solve the problem. So whatever he has learned, he has remembered, he have understood, now he will be applying it. Next, level 4 is analyzing. That is, take apart information to show relationships, causes, and connections. Then is evaluating. Evaluating, that means critically examine information, making a judgment, and justifying my opinion. Understanding the views, opinions of others, or empathizing, balancing argument and decision making, reflecting on the effectiveness of an inquiry. So that is evaluating. And then comes the top level. You will find that the level goes on decreasing, because whatever we remember, everything we don't understand, whatever we understand, we cannot apply all. Analyze everything or evaluate, and creating is at the top level. So produce something new. With that knowledge, we will produce something new. So creating, that means reorganizing into a different pattern or structure. Creating something new, imagining or designing a solution, planning and predicting or hypothesizing. That means the baking which you have learned, the problems you have evaluated, you have analyzed, you have assessed, and the knowledge which you have gained from baking, with that you will create some new ideas or develop some new ideas of baking something new. So this is what the Bloom's taxonomy says. Now, what to consider when you write a lesson plan? What should we consider when we write a lesson plan? Know your students. You must know your student, that whom you are teaching, that their ability, their interest level, their background, their attention span, their ability to work together, their prior knowledge and learning experiences, their special needs and accommodations, learning preferences. So all this knowledge you must have. Know the content, that what subject matter you are going to teach. You must know about the curriculum guide and the curriculum standard. These are the specific things you have to keep in your mind. Know the instructional material, the technology, software, audiovisual, or the community resources or library, what you're going to use or what you are having. Now, one of the example that how you will write the lesson plan. Since as I am telling that I'm a geography teacher, so I've given an example from the geography lesson only. So this is the basic format. So suppose you have your subject is geography and the unit which you have taken is rainfall. And the subunit, that is types of rainfall, convectional, orographic or cyclonic. Now today what you are going to teach is convectional rainfall and orographic rainfall. Now what are the learning objective you have fixed? That is able to define convectional rainfall. That when you will end up with the lesson, the child will be able to define the convectional rainfall. That is informative recollection. Able to define orographic rainfall. That is also because definition that will be informative recollection. Able to say the name of the windward side and leeward side. Because in the orographic rainfall, the child should understand. That is the windward side of the mountain and the leeward side. In comprehension, able to compare and contrast between convectional rainfall and orographic rainfall, that is conceptual. He will understand the concept and he will be able to understand the difference and try to make a contrast comparison between convectional and orographic rainfall. He'll be able to explain how orographic rainfall occurs. The child will be able to understand it. These are the things you have to keep in your mind. Application, then comes the application. Able to identify where orographic rainfall occurs. That is also conceptual application. He will, where the orographic rainfalls are occurring. Of course, without mountain, orographic rainfall will not be able to take place. Able to describe the effect of convectional rainfall in human life. That is the application, methodological application. That what this convectional rainfall, how it is affecting the human life. If the child is there in the area where convectional rainfall is taking place, what kind of life they are leading with, how they are dealing with this convectional type of rainfall. Then analysis, able to explain the reason of convectional rainfall, that why convectional rainfall takes place, able to explain why convectional rainfall occurs in the equatorial areas, why only in the equatorial regions. That usually when we teach the student, we tell them that it is a 4 o'clock rainfall. What is the reason behind it? Then evaluation. In the evaluation stage, he'll be able to judge that orographic rain occurs in the windward side of the mountain, not in the leeward side of the mountain. Methodological evaluation, he'll be able to identify the significance of convectional rainfall. That what is the significance of it? Then creativity. Now comes the last stage of the taxonomy, that is creativity. In this stage, he'll be able to draw a picture of orographic rainfall, able to prepare a chart on convectional rainfall, which is taking place in various parts of the country. He himself will be able, by seeing the physical structure and the surrounding area, whether the area is the distance between the place with the ocean, by seeing all these things, by seeing the forest, vegetational cover, by seeing all these things, he will be able to prepare a chart on the convectional rainfall. Now, the strategies of assessment, There's some of the things that you need to assess from the children. That is direct observation. Direct observation, usually this is where we observe the children. We make them do any kind of activity and we directly observe it. And we assess that how much focused and how he is developing on the activities. Yes. Then questioning is another kind of assessment, we know, but right way and proper questioning, that is very important. That one-to-one questioning, general questioning, quiz, and various kinds of ways are there in which you can assess. Then feedback. Feedback is a very important part. And in the assessment for learning, the information the teacher gathers during the stages, different stages of the teaching, used to be used well to identify where the learner are, any misconception they have, and the next step they may need to take. Because when we cannot complete the after whole year, at the end of the year, we cannot take the feedback. We need to take the feedback in every stage, in the every stage of the teaching learning process, so that we can improve our next step of assessment. So it can be, feedback can be of various types. When we evaluate, sometimes we give grades, sometimes we just give 1 or 2 words, and sometimes we give a detailed explanation. So detailed explanation, usually they are helpful for the children. And but sometimes due to the constraint of time, when we need to give a quick feedback, then what we do is that we can do it with simply giving a smiley, or patting the student, or giving them some grades. We give them the feedback. Self-assessment is also a kind of one of the assessment strategy. Self-evaluation and assessment strategies, they are also very much important. Children have a greater involvement with their own learning and learning tasks, so they can even assess that where they are and how much they have, how much success they have achieved, and how much they are yet to do. And then peer assessment is also very important. Usually sometimes they give more importance to their friends. So peer assessment, anything which has been said or guided by their friends, so they listen to them more carefully. That is why peer teaching and peer assessment is gaining importance nowadays. So that is why it has been also said that we must, in any of the teaching learning process, we have to do it in a peer group, so that that will give a more effective way of learning. Then formative use of summative assessment. Usually we are having a wrong concept about the formative assessments. We think that formative assessments are just to ask some questions and activities and all these things. Actually, we, and only at the end of the year we will be taking a long essay type of questions and all these things. So actually assessment should be a continuous process. And in the formative assessment also, summative assessment also, we can use the various methods of assessment. Only thing is that usually formative assessment, we have to consider that what I have taught, day-to-day assessment or monthly assessment, or term-wise assessment. In the summative assessment, we sum up that the long-term goal that we have started in the beginning of the session, whether we have achieved it or not. So there also you can have your own assessment criteria. Now at the end, I will only say that the teacher's most important trait is confidence, and a well-planned teacher can only remain confident in the class. If you are not well planned, you will never be confident. An effective lesson gets students thinking and allows them to interact and ask questions, tap their background knowledge and build a new skill. And it will also help the teacher to focus more on the basic knowledge, then take the student towards the next step. So I hope that my teachers have understood the importance of lesson plan. Sanjay, importance of lesson plan. And anyone is having any queries, though the time is less, So you can ask if time permits, or else I will.
Thank you, ma'am. It was indeed a great learning experience for all of us. And we all should know this thing that planning helps in adding confidence, helps evaluate our lessons. As you said, makes objectives clear to the teacher, provides guidance, not only to the teacher, but also to the substitute teacher. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we move on for discussion. The topic for today's discussion is, should mother tongue be the medium of instruction in schools? The discussion will be presided by Shri J.K. Agarwal, Principal, Boon School, Hathras. So before we begin the discussion, let me introduce Shri J.K. Agarwal, sir, to you. Mr. Agarwal has been a well-appreciated resource person, taking teachers training sessions in association with CPSE, COE Ajmer, Noida, and many other educational rich platforms. He has been the recipient of the British Council's International School Award. He has also been the recipient of appreciation letters for 2 consecutive terms by the HRD Ministry, Government of India, for his outstanding results at the senior secondary level. Recently, he has been the recipient of the Teacher Trainer Award from Dr. Vishwajit Saha, the Director of Training and Skill Education, CBSE, New Delhi. Sir has received letters of appreciation from CBSE, COE Ajmer for the best feedback from participants and excellent performance in the online sessions conducted through CBSE online training portal on the topics of Bloom's taxonomy, teaching strategies in English at secondary level. He received the Best Principal Award from Lions Club, Aravali, Mount Abu. Under his able leadership, many international cultural exchange programs with the School of USA, South Korea, Singapore, etc. were organized. It is my proud privilege to invite respected J.K. Agarwal, sir, for presiding over the discussion session. So may I now invite the first participant.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. It's really been always a privilege to be associated with Dr. Anil Sharma ji and Dr. Deepali Pradhan ji. Sir, thank you so much for inviting. I can see you there. And Dr. Deepali Pradhan, ma'am, she has been my colleague in Jaipur long back. I think ma'am left and I joined it. It happened like this. And now when we are on this platform together, earlier also, last year we have done 2-3 workshops on teaching strategies and other things. But here, now let's talk about today's topic, mother tongue, how it is important for all of us and for children to be there. वो अगर मदर टंग की बात करें तो मेरा मदर टंग खुद का भी हिंदी है, तो मदर टंग क्या हमारे बच्चों के लिए ठीक है, मीडियम ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन होना चाहिए उसको, ये एक क्वेश्चन के रूप में आया है. It has come as a question, should mother tongue be used as a medium of instruction in school? सर ने एक सवाल बनाया है, डॉक्टर दीपाली प्रधान ने और अनिल शर्मा जी सर ने, कि ये एक सवाल है, तुम बात करो भैया, बताओ कि क्या करना चाहिए. क्यों, मैं सही समझ रहा हूँ सर? ठीक है यही?
Yes, sir. Sir, first we have Nazreen here from Bhavan Vidyalay, Sector 27, Chandigarh.
Yes, ma'am.
She will start the discussion.
Right. So Nazreen ma'am, now you will be focusing on the point that which side of the coin do you support actually?
Yes, sir, obviously. But sir, before I start with what I have to say, I would like to, say a very warm good afternoon to A.K. Sharma sir, Dipali ma'am, and of course Agarwal sir. And before I even go ahead with what I have to say, I would like to tell you a little, story that, when we heard about this induction course, me and my colleagues, we were not very happy about it, obviously because our vacations were being taken away from us. So that was not a very progressive thing. That's what we thought at that point. But having attended all these days, I think today is our fourth day that we have been, meeting so many people. So what came to my mind was, that learning is always a good opportunity, for our mind. And it obviously, leads to our growth. And such informative webinars and the seminars that we're going through, we get a chance to boost our knowledge. And obviously, they give us this unique opportunity, where we are able to dive into the field of a subject which was probably unfamiliar to us as well. So events like these, they just don't happen overnight. And I can feel that, as the wheel must have started, rolling weeks ago, it must have required quite a lot of planning and bird's eye detail, for everything. So for that, I would like to, send a deep sense of appreciation for Dipali ma'am and AK sir, and for having made this effort to put us all under one umbrella. And we are fortunate enough, sir, to have been backed by a team of very dedicated and senior people who are there to motivate and encourage us all through our way. So with that, I would like to come to my topic, that is, should mother tongue be used, as a medium of instruction in schools? Now, this topic is of special reference to me because I am a teacher of English language, and with every subject you can use any mother tongue. But how and, how can you make this happen in an English classroom, So that would be a subject of interest. But before I start with that, I would like to present my screen and show you all a comic strip, that I found quite relatable. So just give me a moment while I share it. I think I need to zoom in a little bit for all to see it.
Everyone can zoom their screens also.
Yeah, you can do that, please, if but I can show you it on my screen. So over here, you can see that this is the court of Akbar and Birbal. You can easily see that. And, we have this very conceited and arrogant Pandit over here. So what this Pandit says to all present in the court, he says that, is there anybody present here who can find out what my mother tongue is? So after this, what happens is that, that there was Birbal, a very intelligent man in court of Akbar. So how does Akbar how does Birbal take to him was that, he goes to his room and, while the Pandit was sleeping, and, he tries to wake him up with something. And that is what led the Pandit to speak in his own mother tongue, although he was so efficient in so many different languages. But, when he was sleeping and when his mind was in subconscious mode, he uttered the words in his own mother tongue. So I think from here we can understand that how important one's mother tongue can be, or how important a mother tongue is imbibed, how deeply, into our subconscious mind. So having said that, the use of mother tongue in English classroom, it's a subject that always has been a contentious issue. Now, the proponents of English advocate that the mother tongue must be completely banished from the class. And on the other hand, the advocates of the bilingual or multilingualism, they went to the other hand, and they said that it must be opted, and there must be a liberal use of mother tongue. Now, which of the method is going to be absolutely feasible? And how do we decide, as teachers, that how much of a mother tongue, should be used? And it is obviously, something which is a debatable issue as well. And who will decide the judiciousness, that how much of it will be good for the children? So how can a teacher decide, and how much mother tongue should be used and how it can be used in an English class? So in my opinion, I would suggest that if the need be, the mother tongue may be used, but only in the learning stage. And it should never be used in the practice stage. So when we talk about the need, when I say that it should be, if the need be, I teach English to the secondary students in a private school where English is the medium of instruction, obviously. But, let us also consider the scenario which the other day Ritu Sehgal ma'am had, showed us when she spoke about the foundational literacy and numeracy, FLN. So when she spoke, she specifically referred, to the Nipun Bharat thing. And then, she even showed us this statistics where she said that 55% of Indian school-going children, they could not read and understand the age-appropriate text, even in class 5. So although, there will always be a little variation in the way I teach English or how it will be taught to a regional medium student, I advocate that one must never deviate from the, the major principles of teaching. So considering the facts like these, I feel that mother tongue should neither be banished, nor it should be used indiscriminately, either in an English medium or in a regional medium, especially in countries like India, where English is learnt as a second or a foreign language. So in what would be the cases now where I would say that you can use, mother tongue while teaching English in the class, and you can use it rather judiciously, while catering to the regional medium children as well. So that can happen while we are giving instructions. Maybe, we can talk to children in English, or we can talk to children in their mother tongue when we are assigning them group tasks, or, we are giving them some project work to work on, so that the children know how to actually complete that task. And the teacher can even explain in detail, about the situations, about, especially in mother tongue, because that will enable the children to do the task correctly without any confusions coming into their mind. And I also feel that you can use the mother tongue in an English class when you're explaining a difficult concept to them. For example, like abstract nouns in the younger classes, it is very difficult, to teach the little children the meaning of abstract nouns, because, they are rather vague, in their concept. So, for example, if I have to teach them about what integrity is, so maybe I would take the help of the mother tongue again, in the same context, I would use it. And the use of mother tongue, it will help the student to get away from the hurdle of, incomprehension or miscomprehension, or, miscomprehending the word or how to use the word actually. And then even while I'm teaching them English grammar, so while teaching them grammar, sometimes the explanations may be judiciously given to them in the child's mother tongue as well. And especially catering to the low proficiency learners, which is what Ritu Sehgal ma'am was also talking about the other day. And in the schools, where there are mostly low proficient learners and who are not in tune with the expected standards, the use of mother tongue, it again becomes very inevitable. So when all the efforts fail to make such low proficient learners comprehend, maybe we can use mother tongue with them. And like the other day, we were talking about inclusive classrooms. These days we hear a lot about inclusive education, which postulates that no student should be left out, and no student should be allowed to feel alienated from other children. So every student should have his or her space, even if he's mentally, physically, or even socially challenged. So again, I come down to the level of the most low proficient learner and would prefer to use mother tongue with him or her, to motivate the child towards the lesson. I would like to sum up by saying that use of mother tongue is not a sin or a sacrilege in English class either, or in the English medium or in the regional medium, but the student should neither be allowed to speak in the mother tongue nor be allowed to write in the mother tongue, since the input given by the teacher, that can come in the mother tongue, but the output must always come in English, whether he's speaking or whether he's writing it. So that I think would balance the whole of it. And because I also believe that the optimal use of mother tongue, it is progressive to the teaching learning process. And but in English, it's overuse. It may block the acquisition process of the second language, especially like English. So the teacher has to be very balanced in his methodology of his or her teaching, whatever the subject is, and especially while teaching non-native, English language, which comes as a second language. So that's what I would like to propose. Thank you.
Very well concluded, Nazreen ma'am. You have really absolutely putting in complete experience which you have been so far. And it's really great to know that you are preferring them to at least speak in mother tongue, and their writing must be in English. Here, I would like to bring just one of my experiences to your notice, that when a child is born in a particular speaking language family, particularly any language, be a language, say English, and a child who is born in the family where English speaking is the mother language, they speak in English only. The child out of LSRW, the first thing that we should do is listening. And when the child is listening that language, it becomes easy for them to speak also. And then after that, when they go to school, they start reading, and writing comes last of it. Same happens when any other language which is being done at home. So I remember my school days, because I come from a Hindi speaking background. My mother tongue is basically Hindi. I studied English and remained a PGT English for 20 years. That was a altogether different story. But on behalf of that experience, I say that initially it was easy for me to go instructions in Hindi. And later on, even I have this experience, and I have so many other friends. They develop this language so well that today you see we have been doing as PGT English, teaching to senior secondary classes and even lower grades as well, some point of time. And even now, like we have been doing as principal as well. So, and I have seen so many of my students as well. So what my take on this, that your experience is well taken. And if we make it make a mother tongue in the beginning, right? So well taken, ma'am. Nazreen ma'am, you have been fabulous in doing this. Thank you so much. You have thrown complete experience of yours. Now, Deepali ma'am, anybody else who is there to speak?
May I, sir?
Yes, Rakhi. Is it Rakhi?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Rakhi Dev. Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, carry on.
Good afternoon, sir, and other educated present here. Myself, Rakhi Dev from Bhavanstipura Vidya Mandir, Agartala team. I am here to share my views about the importance of mother tongue that NEP 2020 recommends use of mother tongue as a medium of instruction in the primary level. My view is that, sir, our mother tongue is the first language in which we dream, even we think, understand everything. We learn this language in the family as a means of Ma'am, may I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yes.
Okay. We learn this language, means our mother tongue, in the family as a means of informal learning. It is the way by which we communicate with each other, build our relationships, and create sense of community also. In the world, there are 6,500 different languages. Skills that mother tongue use include literacy skills, social skills, critical thinking skill, and communicative skills too. Teaching in our mother tongue, especially in the primary level, is important to avoid the knowledge gap, and teaching in mother tongue increases the spread of learning and comprehension. Not only that, about the use of mother tongue, research shows that having a strong foundation in the first language makes acquiring a second easier. Children who have solid foundation in their mother tongue develop better literacy skill in other languages that they subsequently learn. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Right, Rakhi Dev ma'am, very concise way you have shared your experience with all of us, and mother tongue, the way you have advocated your case is well taken, and I think everybody would have been noting it down that how we can make this language better, and on the basis of mother tongue, how other languages in which they want to have their instructions, like in India, English medium schools are more famous. So how they can be made better in that language of instruction. Thank you so much, Rakhi ma'am.
Ma'am, may I start now?
Deepali
Yes,
ma'am, who is
yes,
going to?
ma'am.
Priyanka ma'am, okay.
Can I start?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. Janani Janma Bhumishcha Sarvadapi Garishya. One's mother and motherland are superiors to the highest heavens. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I'm Priyanka Sharma from Bhavan Vidyalaya, New Chandigarh, and I would like to present my views on this topic, that is, should mother tongue be a medium of instruction in schools? So as we all know that mother tongue is the language that a person has grown up speaking from his her early childhood. It is therefore the medium of communication that a person is familiar with. So first of all, the thing is, it makes learning process easy and smooth. How? If a child is instructed in his or her mother tongue, it makes him easy to learn the process, learn the things easily. How? Like if the student has to learn a foreign language first, here what happens, the child is burdened with two things. First, he has to learn the language, and the second thing, he has to read and write in the language, which results in lower rate of learning. Second thing, it is a medium of expression. As here, we have already seen that Nazreen ma'am from Sector 27 Bhavan, she has shown us a comic scene of Akbar and Birbal courtroom, right? There, when the Pandit came, he expressed himself in his mother tongue. So that is a very important thing. The student, as they are what I can say here is, जो बच्चे होते हैं वो easily they express themselves in their mother tongue, and there it reduces the communication gap between the teacher and the student, where the student is clearly express himself and the teacher clearly understand the child's query and clear the doubts. The next thing is, once the child understands the subject matter, it boosts the confidence of the child. The next thing which I would like to share is the role of the parent. Once, as the mother tongue is introduced in the school as a medium of instruction, some parents are there, those who doesn't understand the English language. But once this language is introduced, that like mother tongue is introduced, they will help the child in their educational growth. And studies from around the world have shown that that when the mother tongue has introduced as a medium of instruction, it increased the classroom participation, it increased the creativity and innovative skills in children, and also reduced the number of dropouts. So here, I would like to end my discussion with a thought that one should be habituated, not addicted. And here, the role of the teachers come, that teachers should know how the student should be slowly and gradually shifted from the mother tongue as a medium of instruction to the language that is globally used, that is English. Thank you one and all for listening me patiently.
Ma'am, can I?
Yes,
Yeah.
please,
May I
Sir Roy,
start?
ma'am.
Before that, just one half of a minute I will take that. Priyanka ma'am, well searched. You have done complete your nicely your homework, and
Thank you, sir.
whatever the points you shared, absolutely perfect. These are the things actually which help a child better understand if they go through mother tongue. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much.
Thank you.
Yes, Rumita ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rumita Roy from Bhavan Tripura Vidya Mandir, and I want to go through, because all my speakers, those who have spoken already, have covered all my points. So I will be making it short, and I will be telling it that the importance of mother tongue as a medium of instruction is the topic that has gained significant attention in recent years. Using the mother tongue as a medium of instruction in education have several crucial benefits. It helps to facilitate effective communication and comprehension. When the students are taught in their mother tongue, they are more likely to understand and engage with the subject matter. This leads to the better academic performance and a deeper understanding of concept. Using the mother tongue as a medium of instruction promotes cultural identity and pride. Language is a vital component of one's culture. And by using the mother tongue in education, it acknowledges and values diverse cultures and languages. It helps preserve cultural heritage and tradition, fostering a sense of belonging and self-esteem among students. Moreover, using the mother tongue as a medium of instruction can bridge the gap between home and school. Parents can actively participate in their children's education, supporting their learning and reinforcing concept in the mother tongue. In conclusion, embracing the mother tongue as a medium of instruction has numerous advantages. It improves communication, preserves cultural identity, enhances cognitive development, and strengthens the home-school connections. Therefore, education policies to recognize and prioritize the importance of the mother tongue and fostering holistic and effective learning experience for students. Thank you.
May I, ma'am?
Ma'am. राजश्री मैम.
यस मैम. सभी को नमस्कार. मैं हिंदी अध्यापिका राजश्री शर्मा बीवीबी विद्या आश्रम कैंप मुंशीमार्ग जयपुर से. सर, मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी कि आजादी के 75-76 वर्षों के बाद भी स्वतंत्र भारत में शिक्षण के माध्यम के रूप में किस भाषा का उपयोग किया जाना चाहिए, इस पर कोई निर्णय अभी तक पूर्णतया नहीं लिया जा है, नहीं हो पाया है. और अब भी हमारे पास चुनने के लिए 3 भाषाएं हैं. अंतरराष्ट्रीय भाषा हिंदी, अंतरराष्ट्रीय भाषा अंग्रेजी, राष्ट्रभाषा हिंदी और मातृभाषा के रूप में, जैसा कि हमारा देश बहुभाषी देश है तो अलग अलग जगह अलग अलग भाषाओं का प्रयोग किया जाता है. लेकिन जब बच्चा जन्म लेता है उसके बाद से अपने परिवेश में जो भाषा वो सीखता है उसको हम मातृभाषा कहते हैं. तो मातृभाषा के रूप में अगर हम बच्चे की शिक्षा के बारे में बात करते हैं तो बालक को मातृभाषा के माध्यम से शिक्षा देना ज्यादा सही रहेगा, क्योंकि वो जो भी अपने परिवार में सीखता है वो मातृभाषा में सीखता है और जब वो हमारे पास आता है तो अगर उसे हम उसी भाषा में समझाते हैं तो वो ज्यादा आसानी से समझ सकता है. लेकिन अगर हम एक दूसरे पहलू की बात करें तो जैसे कि मेरी कक्षा में अभी महाराष्ट्र मुंबई से एक बच्चा आया था और वो उसकी जो भाषा थी बात करने की, वार्तालाप की, कम्युनिकेशन की, वो थी हिंदी. अंग्रेजी अध्यापिका होने के नाते मेरे लिए उसको यह समझाना मुश्किल हो गया था कि मैं अपनी हिंदी भाषा को उसे कैसे पढ़ाऊं. तो ये हमारे लिए एक चुनौती है कि हम हमारी किस भाषा जो निर्देशों का माध्यम है वो कौन सा हो. अगर अंग्रेजी अध्यापिका मातृभाषा में पढ़ाती है तो वो अपने अंग्रेजी विषय को कैसे पढ़ा सकती है, या हिंदी अध्यापिका जो हिंदी के अतिरिक्त बहुभाषी देश हैं, वहाँ बहुभाषी प्रदेश है, वहां पर अगर पढ़ाती है तो वो किस प्रकार से पढ़ाएगी. लेकिन जो बच्चे का स्तर है उसके अनुसार मातृभाषा में पढ़ाया जाना ज्यादा उपयुक्त नजर आता है. बस मैं इसी के साथ अपनी वार्ता समाप्त करती हूँ. धन्यवाद.
अग्रवाल सर.
तरीके से विचार प्रस्तुत किए मैम आपने. जी मैम.
सर प्लीज.
So is it the last? Was it the last speaker? ये last है?
Ma'am, I'd like to speak.
Rupinder ma'am wants to speak.
और भी लोग हैं speaker या हो गए?
Good
Yes, sir.
afternoon,
Yes.
everybody. Most of the points in favor of mother tongue are already covered by fellow teachers. मैं राजेश्वरी मैम को एक किस्सा बताना चाहूंगी कि मैं केवी की स्टूडेंट थी और हमारे स्कूल में बहुत सारे रिलीजन के लोग, बहुत सारी लैंग्वेजेस के लोग थे। तो हमारी एक हिंदी टीचर हुआ करती थी, चंचल मल्होत्रा मैम, और वो हमेशा इस बात से परेशान रहती थी कि जिनको भी मैं हिंदी सिखाती हूँ, स्पेशली साउथ इंडियंस को, जब तक उनको हिंदी आती है उनकी पोस्टिंग हो जाती है और फिर नए आते थे। तो ये चैलेंज रहता है और केवी के स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत अच्छी तरह पता है कि ये चैलेंजेस रहते हैं। और बहुत सारे लोगों ने फेवर में बातें की हैं। हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन आर्टिकल 350A भी यही कहता है कि हिंदी होनी चाहिए, मदर टंग में इंस्ट्रक्शंस होनी चाहिए। जब नया बच्चा स्कूल में आता है वो ऑलरेडी बहुत स्ट्रेस्ड होता है, जब वो इन्वायरमेंट देखता है वो डरा हुआ भी होता है। अगर हम किसी फॉरेन लैंग्वेज में उससे बात करना चाहेंगे तो वो और डर जाएगा, उसका स्ट्रेस लेवल और ज्यादा हो जाएगा। तो उसको स्ट्रेस को कम करने के लिए हमें हमेशा, जब बच्चा आता है अर्ली एज में, स्पेशली फाउंडेशनल ईयर्स में, हमें हमेशा हिंदी का प्रयोग बहुत अच्छी तरह करना चाहिए। हमें बच्चे को डराना नहीं है, हमें बच्चे को एक फ्रेंडली इन्वायरमेंट देना है, जो वो उसी में आएगा इन्वायरमेंट में जब उसको उसका लैंग्वेज जिससे वो कनेक्ट कर सकता है वो मिलेगा। इमोशनली वो अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस करेगा अपनी लैंग्वेज में, जैसे हमने स्टोरी में देखा है। आर्टिकल 350A ये कहता है कि मदर टंग में होना चाहिए। प्रॉब्लम क्या है? और मैम ने बड़े अच्छे, नजरीन मैम ने बड़ी अच्छी तरह किया था कि हम लोगों को ये एक पॉइंट पे आके डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा कि कब हम लोगों ने बच्चे को शिफ्ट करना है लैंग्वेजेस की तरफ। Now, if we look at the previous sessions, we have learned that 85% of learning happens in the early age. So that is the age we can introduce the foreign language or the English language also with the mother tongue. क्योंकि अगर हम जब ये चाहेंगे कि फाउंडेशनल या 3 या 4 साल के बाद अब हम अंग्रेजी का प्रयोग करना शुरू करें, तो बच्चा ज्यादा कंफ्यूज हो जाएगा। तो हम लोगों को बाइलिंगुअल होना बहुत ही ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है इस केस में, especially in case of private schools where the medium of instructions will always remain or preferred is English, and where the child has to learn all other subjects in English, and it is not possible to translate the other subjects in Hindi all the time. तो हम लोगों को as a teacher अपने एक्सपीरियंस से ये देखना पड़ेगा कि कब हमें फॉरेन लैंग्वेज को बच्चों के साथ इंट्रोड्यूस करना है, और धीरे धीरे वो बच्चे दोनों लैंग्वेजेस को ग्रहण करने की, इम्बाइब करने की, उनकी अपनी एक मेंटल कैपेसिटी जो बहुत ज्यादा अच्छी है अर्ली स्टेजेस में, इट इज अप टू 85% वी हैव लर्नड। उस एज में अगर बच्चा सीख लेता है तो ऑब्वियसली उसको लेटर एजेस में कभी भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी बाकी सब्जेक्ट्स के साथ भी। मेरा खुद का एक्सपीरियंस है, बिकॉज आई वाज अ केवी चाइल्ड एंड मोस्टली द हिंदी लैंग्वेज वाज यूज्ड इन द स्कूल, और हमें अंग्रेजी बोलते बोलते बहुत साल लगे, वो कॉन्फिडेंस आने में बहुत साल लगे। तो इसीलिए जो बाइलिंगुअल है दैट इज द बेस्ट मेथड मेरे ख्याल से। और हम लोगों को बैकग्राउंड्स को चेक करके, अगर मैं अपने एक्सपीरियंस की बात करूं, हमारी क्लास में एक बच्चा, मैं टाइम बहुत ज्यादा हो गया सो आई विल बी वेरी ब्रीफ। हमारे क्लास में एक बच्चा आया, नाम भूल गई हूँ मैं उस बच्चे का, और द पेरेंट वाज फ्रॉम विलेज बैकग्राउंड, द चाइल्ड वाज इन IB is really very high, foreign culture and everything is there. So, हाँ, the child's name was Neelkanth, and the father, वहां पे बच्चे अपनी प्रेजेंटेशंस देते थे, जैसे मैं इस टाइम बोल रही हूँ तो बच्चा प्रेजेंटेशंस देता था। वो बच्चा भाग के आया, वो लेट था, मैंने उसका स्लाइड शुरू किया, मैं कहा नीलकंठ स्टार्ट, एंड ही स्टार्टेड स्पीकिंग इन इंग्लिश, एंड फादर वाज लिटरली क्राइंग। वो रो रहा था इन फ्रंट ऑफ सो मेनी चिल्ड्रन, सो मेनी पेरेंट्स, सो मेनी अदर टीचर्स कि मैम, एंड ही लिटरली डिड दिस, हाथ जोड़े कि आज मेरा पर्पस फुलफिल हो गया, नाउ माय चाइल्ड इज स्टार्टेड स्पीकिंग इन इंग्लिश। तो कई बार बच्चों को, पेरेंट्स का अपने बच्चों को स्कूल में, अच्छे स्कूल में भेजने का मकसद ही ये होता है कि द चाइल्ड, यू नो, दैट whatever it is, so called जो stigma है वो बच्चे अपने दिमाग से जो उनका stigma रहा है कि वो अपने बच्चों में shift नहीं करना चाहते.
Ma'am, you are mute now.
No, I think host has muted me. I got this. So it obviously the child is very curious to learn new things, and जब हम उसको foreign language introduce करते हैं and बच्चा imitate करता है. So whatever words we are speaking, even if we are saying come here, may I drink water, please give me a glass of water, small little sentences according to the age. So child also goes home and imitates those sentences, and parents feel proud of this. So bilingual is the best method according to me. Yes, Hindi should be the instructions, medium of instruction, very extremely important. NEP has done a lot of, they have said a lot of things about it. Obviously, all the positive things have been already discussed. So my input was this much only. Thank you so much for being so patient.
Can I start?
Muskan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Muskan from Bhavan Vidyalaya, Chandigarh. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes.
So I'd like to say that no one can deny that mother tongue has, tremendous importance in the school, in teacher education, and in the curriculum. Even the NEP has tried to bring in changes in many areas in education. And one of them states that mother tongue will be the medium of instruction up to class 5, and preferably beyond that in all the schools. And I partly agree with that, as there are many advantages of it, like there's clarity of instruction, there's mutual understanding between the teachers and the students also. And in such a classroom, students ask questions to the teachers and they share their problems easily and without any hesitation. So the classroom ambience also remains natural, it remains very relaxed, and students learn with keen interest. We all know that the advantages are long, but my question is that is that enough? What about the environment after the school when children go back to their homes? Are they getting enough exposure in some language other than their mother tongue? If yes, then how much? How frequently do they use that language? Is there anyone who regularly, motivates them to use that language? So these are the questions that I had in my mind, and we all should also reflect upon these questions. Of course, majority of the students do not have any problem with mother tongue as a medium of instruction, but then they will have worries on job and other opportunities later on, because English as a language is always associated with prestige and achievement, progress, and whatnot. So these associations have ultimately resulted in English language getting a high pedestal globally. So ideally, what I believe is that we should have a blend of English and mother tongue, where the parents teach the kids in mother tongue and schools teach in English, or the other way around, whichever is possible depending on the situation, with some sort of a bridge facilitated by both of them, the schools and the parents also. And I also want to state the fact that there are institutions where mother tongue is used even after grade 5 and also at higher secondary level. And most teachers who are assigned to teach the mother tongue at these levels, they are not specialized in mother tongue. And even if they are, then some of them have negative attitude towards teaching it, which also, somewhere affects their professional competence to some extent. And majority of the students, they would not wholeheartedly welcome if they were requested to place themselves in their respective mother tongue departments in the universities also. So I believe that at secondary level, English should also be given due weightage, either as the medium of instruction or as a compulsory subject, so that both the teachers and the students are well equipped to face the cutthroat competition at the global level. And lastly, we must also not forget that success of mother tongue instruction policy, it also depends on people's attitude, how they take it, how they perceive it, and how they want to go about it in their life. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am, may I start?
Yes, ma'am.
So in relevance to what Muskan ma'am said, again, then I would like to say that as the question is, should mother tongue be the medium of instruction in schools? So again, then there is a multiplicity of children in the class. We cannot decide this on a collective note that, different children have different calibers, and then a few, they are already bilingual. Maybe they are already speaking two languages at home. So this, in a way, depends. If we apply it practically in the classes, I think in a way it depends upon the teachers. As we have been assigned, for example, I am from Bhavan Vidyalaya, New Chandigarh. So we, as teachers, we know Punjabi, Hindi, and English. So in that way, we can adjust with the children. Not that solely we'll concentrate on mother tongue or solely we'll concentrate on English. So if we just concentrate on mother tongue, I think on the global level, the children would not gain that much. For example, as in some study, I also found out that children who learn English at an early age find it easier to learn other languages later. Studies also have shown that bilingualism has many cognitive benefits for children, such as improved creativity, problem solving, and memory skills. In addition, English medium education gives children exposure to the English language, enabling them to pick up other languages quickly. This is what I believe. And then again, once again, saying the same point, that English is a global language. English is a primary language used in international journalism, business, entertainment, technology, religion, government, aviation, and tourism. So English, if it's not started at an earlier age, children would not be benefited at a global level when they leave school later on for their college lives. I think I would say that medium of instruction should not be mother tongue. It should be inculcated in the class as much as possible by the teachers to feel the children comfortable. But then the medium of instruction should be English, I think. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. I think all the speakers have spoken.
Okay.
J.
They all
Agarwal,
have
sir.
done. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think
they all
it
have-
is going to be very late. We are already 2:15.
Yes, sir.
So,
So
that's
be brief.
really a
Tell
great
them to be
session.
brief.
Yeah. And it's really great being the part of it, this session. I express my special thanks to Dr. A.K. Sharma ji and Madam Deepali Pradhan. You both have been really great for me, and you have been inviting on and often. It will be great honor for me to be with you people and listening to all the speakers. It seems that Hindi should be our mother tongue. Oh, sorry, medium of instruction also. Concluding that, thank you so much. Once again, we shall meet again.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. May I
Deepali
now
ma'am.
invite Shrimati Shaili Sharma for the formal vote of thanks.
Okay.
Shaili Sharma.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon, all. I'm Shaili Sharma from BBB Vidyashram, K. Munshi Mas, Jaipur. It's a privilege for me to extend the vote of thanks on this platform. I'm thankful to Dr. A.K. Sharma sir for his vision towards the induction program for the educators. I extend my vote of thanks to Ma'am Vinita Arora, Principal Director, Bhavan Chandigarh.
Shelly ma'am, I think you are muted. Your voice is not audible. Kindly unmute yourself.
Little louder, ma'am. We can hear you, but
The voice is coming very low. I can see you are unmuted, but still the voice is very, very low, ma'am. No, ma'am. Still you're not audible.
Is it audible?
yes, ma'am, you are audible. Please speak.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'm thankful to Dr. A.K. Sharma sir for his vision towards the induction program for educators. I extend my sincere thanks to Ma'am Vinita Arora, Principal Director, Bhavan Chandigarh. Ma'am, the session was really interesting and motivating for all the educators.
My immense thanks to Ma'am Sham Chawla, Assistant Commissioner KVS Sangathan. Ma'am, you make the topic so easy to understand and the session was very knowledgeable. We are really thankful for your advice to become a good teacher counselor. I'm also thankful to Ma'am Sapna Shom, Principal Bhavans Tripura, for explaining lesson plan feedback and evaluation. Ma'am, the session was really helpful to prepare effective lesson plans. My special thanks to J.K. Agrawal sir, Principal Doon School. Thanks sir for giving your valuable time, your valuable suggestion on the topic, should mother tongue be the medium of instruction? Thank you.
Yes, now it is the time to thank God. I invite Shri Jitendra Kumar Sharma for Shanti Path.
सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः। ओम द्यौः शान्ति अंतरिक्षः शान्तिः पृथिवी शान्तिरापः शान्तिरोषधयः शान्तिः वनस्पतयः शान्तिः विश्वे देवाः शान्ति ब्रह्म शान्तिः सर्वगुण शान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्तिः श्यामा शान्तिरेधिः। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Question paper will be given tomorrow in the morning at 9:30. And thus, thank you all for joining us. It was a nice interaction, and the time is now 2:20. It shows that how deeply our teachers are involved in the interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.